we'll just start. I want to write a class person. I mean, this we have done multiple times, but object-oriented concepts in Ruby, how to write class methods, instance methods, practical as you told, right? Some practical examples of what we learned till date. A small practical example. Okay. So this is a class. Everyone knows about this is a class and how to create an object out of it. I'll say P1 equals person.new. Multiple times we have seen the same statements, right? You don't have any issues with this, right? Yes. So each and every time what we have done is P1 equal to person.new. That's the only thing we have done. Now, I want to give him a name. I want to give him a name. So for that, what variable we have to use? I want to give person 1 a name, P1 a name.
We should define it in the class.
Yeah, but what variable we have to use? What variable? In order to define an attribute on an object.
It's define.
We have discussed instance variable, right? Okay? Instance variable. Am I audible to everyone or any kind of network issue?
Yes, I hear you clear.
Okay. Okay. So in order to create or set an attribute on this person object, I can write setter method and setter and getter methods. Setter and getter methods. Setter name equal to. Please remember this is the name of the method. Name equal to itself is the name of the method. Address name equal to name and the declaration getter. I want to get the name back. Name end.
Return the name.
Yeah, return the value. Yes, you're right. This we have seen already. Similarly, I want to do this for another attribute called age. Age equal to, which accepts an age argument. Address age equals to the past age. The argument age. This is the age. Similarly, return the age and the return address age. I need not specify return as you know because by default the last statement in Ruby would be return. Now I'll just print p1. Put sp1 dot inspect and p2 dot inspect. Just print those values.
So now we are passing age to name.
Oh, I did not pass anything. No, I did not pass anything.
No, I mean in defining the function. I think we have to do name equal name instead of age.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, you're right. Yeah. Yes. So Ruby person.rb, I can't know like who is person one and person two because there is no name, no attributes at all on these objects. Okay. Now I want to define couple of names. The name for P1 and age for P1, name for P2 and age for P2. Now what I'll do is P1 dot name equals and see name equal to P2 dot name equal to P1 dot age equal to P2 dot age equal See, this is the method name I'm calling, right? So I have to pass a name to it, right? I'll take my name. Hmm, something like this. Now I say same statements, put as P1 inspect, P2 inspect. So after setting name and age on these objects, clearly you can see name, age, right? Specific, I can recognize that the first object is Hema and the second object is Anthony, right? Any questions so far? No, right? So in Ruby, please remember in Ruby, there is no difference between, first of all, these are not mandatory, right? Not required to give brackets. So still my program executes, yes. And one more thing is my method name is name equal to age equal to name equal to age equal to. It doesn't make any difference. Ruby ignores the space. Okay, so it ignores. So people looking at it think like I'm assigning a value to this, but actually I'm calling the method called name equal to with this one. Okay, so people looking at it think like they are assigning a value. No, I am calling the method name equal to. Pretty important. Any questions on this? Any confusion? No? Okay, I take it as a no. So age equal to, this is age equal to method. Okay. So these are called setters and getters in Ruby. For this, I have a shortcut for writing the setters. So I have name setter and age setter. attr underscore writer symbol name attribute age attribute. So without any change, this program should work, right?
Yeah.
So what does this mean? This single line of code is creating. Can anyone tell me?
Yeah. He creating the sister and the getter together.
Only setter.
Yeah.
Only setter. Okay. Okay. So this single line of code, this single line of code will create this method internally and this method setter. Okay. Got it? Similarly, for getters,
Accessor. Okay.
no, reader. Reader will create two getter methods for name and age respectively. So without any change, I have this program should execute fine. Yes, it had executed. Now, as as you said, shortcut for both of these is attr, sorry, accessor. So I'll remove even this two. Okay. Any questions?
Sorry.
Right. So a question for you. So how many methods in total does this single line number 3 create?
Four.
I didn't.
how,
4?
Creating four method. Thank
Yeah, 4. You're right. 4 methods. How many setters and how many getters?
Two
you.
setters.
Two.
letters to get
Yes, 2 each. Good. Right. Now, for example, I want a person to give his name for sure. Mandatory, he has to give a name and age. Okay, I'll have other accessor, for example, name, age, city, address, something like this. Any other attributes? Okay, for now. Name, age, city, and okay, for now we'll take these 4. Now I'll modify it to first name, last, sorry, L name instead of last name, okay? Age and city. Fine. So while creating an object, it is mandatory for the object to contain a first name and a last name. Okay, mandatory. So, for example, for a government service, you fill out forms, right? So, when you fill out forms, something it should be mandatory. You have to fill all the fields. Some are optional, but some of them are mandatory, right? Right. For example, user registration. Your name, address, etc. Some email address or phone number is mandatory. You have to provide that, right? Similarly, when an object is being created, we need something to exist for sure. In such case, we can write def initialize. Def initialize should be the first method. Initialize. Something like in other languages, it is called constructor, but if you don't have any developer background, also no problem. Initialize is the first method which will be called while creating an object. Let us see. So how many objects did I create in this program?
to
2, right? So how many times? So this method will be called whenever you call new method. So this should be called twice, right? First, it should be called twice. Yes. So this means this is executed on person.new. Now what I'll say is, what are the mandatory attributes? First name,
Last name.
last name. So I make it mandatory that he has to provide these 2 arguments. Otherwise, Ruby will throw argument error. Got it? So now let us execute. So that wrong number of arguments. Okay. So I have to provide for sure okay. It has been executed, right? It got executed. No problems. So you might say, where is the name in first name and last name in this objects? Because I did not write any code in here. So can anyone tell me what should I write in order to set those first names and last names on the object? What variables do we use to set?
At first name equal first name.
Exactly, at first name equal to first name, and at that last name equals last name. That's it. Now you execute the program. You will get the first name and last name. Hemant Kumar and Anthony Gonzalez. No need of these two because it's already object has been created. So we need a couple of times. That's it. That's right. So mandatory, he has to fill those two mandatory. No need of the other things. City and age are not mandatory. Okay. And you, each and everyone understood initialize.
Just, there is no no any function for except this will mean this two object as an mandatory.
Yeah, we have to provide these two arguments in order to set first name and last name on those objects. There is no predefined method, but initialize is a predefined method. Okay? No. What else do we need? Yes. So, first of all, ATTR accessor creates what types of methods? Instance methods or class methods? Does it create instance methods or class methods?
Instances.
Instance methods, because we are calling an object t1.age, right? Age equal to t1.age equal to. So instance methods. Okay, fine. Now I want to get the full name of P1 and P2. What method should I write?
We have
Instance method or class method?
is diff full name.
Yes, full name of P1, full name of P2.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, how do we get full name of P1 and P2? P1 dot F name plus P1 dot L name, right?
Yes.
Hemant Kumar. Yeah, probably I should have used a space in between. Okay, but each and every time, see in the websites, probably in your website also, when you log in, on the left hand side, hello, your name will be displayed, first name and last name, first name plus last name, right? Many of the websites, hello Hemant Kumar, like that, right? On the left side, sorry, on the right top corner, right?
Yes.
So they'll concatenate your first name and last name. Okay. But this is not the good way or better way of writing things. Instead, we have to write a method for it. So what I'm asking is, what kind of a method should I write? Should I write a class method or an instance method to get full name? The full name should be a instance method. Why? Because the full name can be applied only on object, right? Not on any other thing, right? Only on object. So what should I write here inside it? Return f name, the same old story. F name space method L name. So now I can I don't use inspect anymore. I'll say full name, full name. Got it? Understood, right? Any questions on this till here? So you're good?
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
When you said about using the class or the variable, I think.
Yeah, class
There,
variable.
yeah. How to differentiate when to use this one and the other one?
See, this is for a particular object. For example, all the objects have a common property. Can anyone tell me the common property of a person? All people. The common property should be written as class variable.
Yeah.
For example, for person, how to say? Common property of a person.
ID.
Pardon?
ID and name.
I didn't get you. Can you please chat?
I think he said ID and name.
No, no, no. Name is not in. No. The common property should be there. These class of people. See, I'll put it generic way. Mm, For example, breathe equal to true. This can be because each and every person has to breathe has. So this can be a common property. If you take any other example of class bicycle. So in here we can take gears as class variable. Gears equal to 20 or 24. I don't really remember, but gears, cycle gears. This is because each and every bicycle has those gears. Talking of a gear bicycle, okay? Those number of so common property of all objects. Okay, the common property of all objects should be taken as class variables.
It's mean like a height and weight, for example, for people or person, or it's not common.
Yeah, you can use that also. Yes.
What about the first name and last name?
First name, last name are instance variables, right? See
Yeah,
this.
but it's a common. Yeah, each people
No,
has
it's
his
not.
own name.
Yes, it's not common, right? Your name is different from the other person, right?
Yes.
Not common. So common variables only have to be taken as class variables. It means those objects will have in common that variable.
So you mean its value won't to change, or it will be the same for all the people, like that?
It's same for all the people. Yes.
Okay.
Then only we'll take class variables.
Okay, I understand.
So whenever it is differing, right, then we can use instance variables. A particular person, his properties only. Okay, his properties only are taken as instance variables. That instance only, right? You're getting the point.
Yes.
That instance only. For example, your take for example your hunger station. For example, for hunger station there is an order class. Okay, okay. The
Okay.
the promise that hunger station makes for its customers is 30 minutes delivery time, something like Domino's. Okay, got it? So
Yes.
delivery time for any order is
10
30.
minutes. Okay.
This is common to all. It can't be, it is not specific to order. When do you use an instance variable for an order? For an order, the instance variable order value, attr, attr underscore accessor. The order value is there, right? Amount, order amount. This differs from order to order. You got it?
Yes.
But
For example, the tax also.
yes. No, but generally order amount, you can order one item this of a different of a specific amount. Another person orders a different one with a different order with different amount, right? That will differ.
Yes.
Tax and everything. I mean that's next. But delivery time for any order is 30 only. You promise that. So I should take that as a class variable, not instance variable. Got it?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah. Okay, full name. I want to know, I'll purposefully change this guy's age to 15. I want to know like a particular person is an adult or not. Okay, what method should I write, instance or class?
Want to know what?
A particular person is an adult or not.
You have to make function collect the if the age greater than 18 or something like
Yes,
that.
you're right. The logic is right. I'm asking what should I write, instance method or class method?
An instance.
Exactly,
Instance.
instance method. So adult, what should I write next? Adult name is right or should I
Take
write
the
anything?
age.
Pardon?
Should it be is adult if it's returned
Yes,
true or false?
yes. I can say he is adult or adult question mark. Right. This is the main
Yeah.
thing. Right? Methods returning a Boolean object should always end with question mark. So other age greater than or equal to 18. Return age greater than equal to 18. True or false, right? So now I'll ask whether these guys are adults or not. Adult question mark. The same method adult question mark for even P2 object. So I say yes, true for Hemant and false for Anthony. Right? Two instance methods are it. See, like this, I can write lots and lots of instance methods that you can see in any Ruby class of your project, right? Okay. Now let me create a few first name, last name, and age, right? So a few objects with these. So instead of, so I need to create certain objects. What I'll do is I'll make even age mandatory so that it will make my job easier. At that age equals age. So here I have to mandatorily provide an age to. So I'll give it an age. So like this, I want to create around 8 objects or so. Let me create quickly. So I'll remove all of these. 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are enough. So I want to purposefully change of names of certain first names and last name for alphabetical orders. Brandon. Go. Okay, I'll change the names, ages of these people as well. Some random names, random ages. Okay. So now my job is to get the eldest of all these people. Okay. Now, what method should I write first of all? Class method or instance method?
Should be a class method because we have many objects. Or no?
Right. We are not operating on a single object, right? If I'm calling a method on a single object, then it would be instance method. If I'm working on a multiple objects, I mean it's nothing related to single object, then we can use class method. Okay, that is the case. So first I'll say self, because self is the class eldest, right? Who is the eldest? So I want to return the name, the object of that eldest person. So for this, I need to do a few. I have to call this method. For example, if I need to call this method, how do I call it?
Person that eldest.
Person dot eldest. Right. But I need to provide something in order to process the eldest guy. So I need to provide this people, right? So I want to provide all these people. What should I do? I should make a people array, right?
Yes.
Right. So directly I'll say P1. And pass this people array. Yes. I'll also say inspect. So here we should accept people. I'll define this as people ARR array. Pass this here. So till here everyone is clear, right? Now rest of it is writing logic. Okay. So writing logic, what should I write here? I have an array with me.
That each we will looping on each object in the array.
Okay. Dot each. That's what you say, right?
Yes.
Do a single person END, yeah, person
dot age.
dot age,
Question mark.
It should be a maximum comparison.
Max.
max, yeah, people dot max of what? This is object. This is not an array with numbers, right?
People dot age.
People dot age dot max. People dot age.
People curly sorry array brackets and then write age.
No, see, there is no method square brackets for people. If you execute this, you will get an undefined method square brackets. No impression into string. See, square brackets. Because people is an array. There is nothing of age. You can have this, but not this. Okay, let me
So,
really print, if you see inspect, right? This is the people array. I'll put it as maximum. This is the people array. Got it? Why did it print twice? Yeah, because of this, I guess. Because it is consisting of Hemant, Anthony, etc., etc. All the 8 persons. Oh, sorry, 8 people. Okay. So what I have to do is some way get around, compare each and every couple of objects at a time. So for this, I already have a method called inject, but let me check. The newer versions have
There is a max by.
max by, yeah, that's fine. Can I do that or not? Sorry, max by Ruby.
We can give it the attribute only. It will return the maximum value for this attribute.
Yeah. So max by, we have to use this like this. It says x dot length, right? So what we have to say? People dot max by given block argument dot age, right? Let us check whether this works or not. Yes, Caroline Densington is the eldest, right? Okay, we'll remove this. Did everyone understand? It's pretty simple, I guess, right? Max by method is there, or else inject method you can use in order to get the eldest person. So this is the eldest person. Any questions?
If we use it, we need to write the condition inside it, right? Or it won't work.
No, we did not write any condition, right?
No, I mean if we use dot each, not dot max by.
Okay, if you don't want to write, okay, simple way, okay. I'll take people dot first. Okay. The first guy as the eldest person. Now, as you said, I loop through each and every element. Okay.
To return the eldest
Yeah,
person.
I cannot return. Okay. You have to write without max y, you have to write this.
Okay.
Something like this. Or else you can also use the inject method. That would be quite simpler, I guess. Right? You can use any of the methods available in order to get the output of this. Any questions? Understood?
It's clear for
Oh,
me.
right. I want to sort these people by means of their ages. Okay, ascending. Okay. So again, what method should I write? Class method or instance method?
Yes, also.
Class method.
Sort by age, right? So I have already defined people. So I will pass in this name people. So how to sort? Does people.sort work? It doesn't, because sort is, this is an object array. So I told you, like, there is a method called sort by. So I have to use that when working with objects. I have to use that. So how to call this? Similar to this, this person dot, I'll say inspect so that you can see what are the people.
Yes. People are right.
Okay. So Katy Perry is the youngest, as you know, 8, and so on up to 84.
I have a question. How we can force? I mean, how we can modify the array, return it sorted, and make it modified.
Oh, complete destructive method, I guess. Yeah. So okay,
But
then
that person people will not be also modified.
people array.
Yeah, I mean, if we make it like instance method, how we do that? Or pass the people by reference.
You want to modify the people array altogether?
Yeah.
Okay.
After passing it to sort by age.
you're passing by value, right? So
It was a question I tried to do it before, but I couldn't. So if it will take much time, you can skip it.
no, generally while writing this, right, if it is kind of a Ruby object where we don't pass, you want to modify on the same object, right?
Yeah.
This will simply return, but it will not return. This is when we want to modify this original array itself.
Yes.
The thing is too different, right? It is, see, this is defined in here and this is defined in here, but we can use object methods for your case. See, never we do this, but the class object. We do it in Rails as part of in-place modifications, but in Rails we don't write outside the class and call it, right? Everything would be inside the class only. So modification for that particular object is possible. See, at any instance, you can get what are the available objects in memory stack by certain methods in Ruby. Like
Don't want to waste the time, so as I say, if it will take more time, you can ignore it.
yeah, I'll ignore it and I'll work upon it and I'll give you an answer. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So I'll just sort by. Similarly, I can write methods for the sorting stuff. Something like fname So if there are other attributes, right, I have to write those many sort by, sort by, sort by, right? So how many attributes you have? You have these many. There are about 10, 15 attributes, right? If you want to sort by those attributes, you have to say sort by, sort by, sort by methods, server side. Excuse me. Okay. So instead of that, I can refactor these to a single method in order to reduce the complexity or reduce the number of lines of code. Simple refactoring. Okay. So if I want to do that, what I can do is def sort by attr. Provide the array and the attribute. So what method should be written in here? Same one.
Edge.
But here I have to sort by attribute. So I can't say simply the person.attr. So before going ahead with this, I have to discuss a method called send. For example, a is an integer, right? A dot even question mark is a method of integer class. So I can call this method even question mark on integer. Similarly, for example, there is a string hello. str dot reverse. I can call this using reverse. I can also call this method by str dot send reverse. It means I can provide the method name as argument to the object. So I'll use this concept in order to refactor this. So I can simply say str dot percent dot send attr. Okay. So let us see whether this will work or not. Sort by age. Yes, it works. Let us try with f name. Yes, Anthony and Zach. Daryl, yes, and Rubens. So any questions so far? Everyone is clear with the send method, very powerful method.
I have question for naming for array. This line 57. We name the array people array, right?
No, just for your understanding, I named it. Generally, we don't name it like that. Just for understanding.
Yes, but if you name it like that, people underscore array. So in function for 29, for example, I have to put this one people underscore array, right?
No, people. It's up to you. You can write your name also. No problem. Come on. General. It doesn't need to be the same one because I'm passing this to the method in here, right? So sort by array, people array, I'm passing here. Here, this method acts, for example, ABC. Okay.
Mhm.
I have to simply say ABC here. Doesn't matter. The argument, you can name it anything, but it should be understandable for anyone looking at the method. That's it. You can say collection of people, whatever makes sense, you can write it. Okay. Okay. Then. So we'll take a short break for 5 minutes and we'll catch back. Shall we resume?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So for earlier question by Ahmad, actually you can try using object space. So object space has in each method where you get an what do you call objects in the memory of the of type something. Okay, of type array or type, but that's too complex. But in Rails, right, you can modify the objects then and there itself. But in Ruby, if it's outside, right, it's not possible doing this. You have to use those kind of meta programming methods of object space. Yes. Okay. But then, well, let's continue on this. Okay, I think this is good. Now we'll discuss about something called inheritance in Ruby. So let's write a new class called employee. Employee and end. I'll save this as employee.rb. I want to give him certain attributes. So attr underscore accessor name name age empid department. I said DPT and year of joining, etc. etc. Okay, so in here, even employee is a person, right? So I want to say, create a relation that employee is a child of person class. Okay, so by default, all the properties and functionalities or methods of the parent class are available or inherited by the child class. So if they are inherited, ATT or accessor, fname, lname, age are already defined in person class, right? So I need not redefine them, right? Override them. Instead, I can simply remove them. Yes or no? Right? So if that is the case, will this work? Like if I create emp1 equal to employee dot new emp1 dot fname equals something. Same, I will remember. emp1 dot name equals Kumar. Is it possible? First of all,
I
can
think
I?
yes,
Yes,
because
because
it's belong to person.
no, it is a person in
A
the
child.
student class. Yes, child of. Yes, you are right. Put as emp1 dot inspect. So first of all, we'll try to execute. It will not execute. It will throw an error. Uninitialized constant person. So it's not able to understand what is this person. So in Rails, you have seen a lot of import statements, right? That is, I have to get that file first, right? So that it will have a reference. Require, since it is in the same directory, I can say require relative person. Lowercase alphabets, file name without RB. Okay. Yeah, wrong number of arguments. Given 0, expected 3, line number 11. But the program has executed. The problem was in line number 11. Can anyone tell me what the problem is?
Because we have to, for initialize person, we have to full name and first name and last name and age. We didn't give this one for employee.
Exactly. So let me split this. Yeah. So here the issue was line number 11. I'm saying new. So whenever we say new, it look for an initialize method in employee class. It is not there, but this employee is a child of person, right? So it will go to the person class and there is an initialize method. So this initialize method requires 3 arguments. But I don't want to provide 3 arguments in employee class. What should I do?
I have to make initialize method for employee.
Exactly. For employee, we will simply write an initialize method which does nothing. Right?
So this will override the another initialize, right?
It will, yes, it will override the superclass initialize method. Okay. Yes. So it had printed employee F name Hemant Kumar. Right? So Hemant Kumar has been instantiated by our EMP class, employee class. Fine.
I have question here, please.
Yeah.
If we write in class employee and this symbol symbol two symbol sign and then person, is this wrong or
Mm, I didn't get the question.
we can
Ahmed,
write
can you help me
as
on?
class employee, then symbol sign, double symbol sign, and then person? Is it wrong?
Mm, uh, Probably Ahmed, can you help me on understanding the question?
All right, in chat, okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is not, no, this is not correct.
Mm.
No. See, we
Why?
are,
Make it with module, right? Not with class.
yeah, yes. This is not at all appropriate.
Also included this, I have to make it with module. Yani if I write included person.
I mean, don't get to those kind of, I mean, we did not cover that yet. So unnecessarily, we don't want to confuse everyone, right?
Okay.
So it should only be always extend or subclass is always denoted by this symbol. That's it. Okay. We'll cover modules later. After this, we finish up this subclassing, right? We'll come to modules. Then we can discuss. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So now the question is, can I call full name on EMP1? Can I call him full name?
Yes, you can. Yes,
Yes, we can, because full name is already defined in
person.
class. So let us, I did not print that, I guess. Test EMP1 full name. Hemant Kumar, right? Similarly, I can call other methods as well from the person class, like full name, model question marks, eldest. All these methods I can call, right? Right, I can call it.
Yes.
Yeah. So let us create a few instance methods and class methods for even this class so that I could demonstrate modules, etc. in the coming topic. So even I want certain mandatory arguments to be passed to this employee for creating an object. So that being a name, name, age are mandatory, as well as department and year of joining are also mandatory. So if that is the case, I can simply say I have to instantiate all of those things to the respective instance variables. Okay. If you look at the initialize methods of person and employee, these seem to be same, right?
Yes.
So
So we can delete them.
yes, we can delete them, but instantiate in the superclass. Okay, how to do that? We'll see. Before that, we have to know the concept of a keyword called super. So what I'll do is I'll remove this, as I said, and super f name, l name, and age. So in order to understand this, I have to explain super, right? So there is employee one. If I initialize, I have to initialize with the whole set. I'll do one thing. I'll comment this for now. emp1 dot hello. What will be the output?
Hello from employee class.
Yeah, hello from employee class, right? Now, there is a keyword called super in Ruby where this super will call the superclass method with the same name. So what is the method with the same name that is existing in the superclass?
Hello from person class.
Yes, hello. So it will look for hello and it will execute that. Hello from person class, that is base class or parent class. Okay. Understood this concept? Super. So if this requires any arguments. For example, this requires an argument wrong number of arguments given 0 expected 1 person dot rb 11 from employee dot rb 14 and 22. 14 is here, 22 is here. I have to pass arguments in here. I'll just pass. Okay, simply super keyword will call the super class method with the same name. Okay. So now we'll make use of this concept, and I think now this makes sense. Super F name, last name, age. What is the super class method of this initialize method? The method with the same name in superclass. What is it?
Initializer.
Initialize. So initialize, this will call initialize with passing f name, l name, and age, right? And this gets instantiated. Let us check by passing all these arguments. Three arguments: empid 66, sorry, department 18, year of joining 2006. Okay. So let me execute this. Allow from person class. Yes, it gets executed, but let us check whether this got instantiated or not. Yes, each and everything got instantiated. Right? You could find first name, last name, age. Because it got instantiated in the first name, last name got instantiated in superclass person, and rest of it in the child class, department, and year of joining. Any confusion so far? Any doubts? Any doubts on this? Can I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's clear.
Okay. So same objects I'll try to copy to so I forgot to tell you require. There are three versions of it: require, relative, require person simply. Cannot load such file person. So, relative. You can use relative. And there is also something called load. load, for load we have to specifically say file name, require relative load. If you want to give a relative path, you can give require relative. Shortcut for this. Load, the problem is load also requires a file, but it doesn't cache it in the memory. Require caches the file in the memory, but load doesn't cache in the memory. That's the only difference. So maximum we use require, not require, and require relative, not load. Okay, in entire Ruby on Rails. Okay. So I have these many number of employees. So I want to find out who is the eldest employee. So can I say employee eldest and pass in EMP array? Will this work? So this is the implementation. Eldest, right? Yeah. Will this work? Am I audible to everyone?
I think it will not work because this self dot eldest. This is
Okay.
for class only.
Okay.
Person.
Yeah, let's check. Wrong number problem given 5, expected 3. For what?
Initial
Employee
for employee.
5. We do not save it.
Can you
Person 5.
class?
Yeah.
Okay. That should work. Can we go to line 25 and employee? Yeah, no.
Person dot. Did I say person dot new? I guess it should be employee dot new. My bad. Typo. I changed everything, but I not changed that. Right. Okay. Okay. So eldest employee, let us check. Yes, it works because employee eldest is a method of superclass, right? So even if it's self, who is self here? Who is calling this method? Currently, employee object is calling. Okay, so it works. Got it? So simple inheritance. Basically, it is simple inheritance. So if I want to sort by age, name, first name, I can do that from superclass. But if I want to sort it by department, okay. For example, I want to sort it by department. Can I do that? Right? But we should do it in employee class, not in person class. Yes or no? Because it is
It's
related.
only on employee class.
Yes, exactly. It is related only for employee class, not person class. So let us write. Why I'm writing this same methods, because I want to demonstrate modules in the next class. So that is why I'm writing these repeated methods. Similarly, I would do that for joining. Also, I would like to add a salary component also for this guy, for this employee. So that I could write a couple of instance methods. Some random numbers. So I want to get the employee who gets the highest salary. Okay, who gets paid the highest salary. I want to know whether a person is an employee is eligible for gratuity, some kind of a perk. Okay. Mm, eligible for, so the criteria is the year of joining and the current date should be greater than 10 years, something like that. Some criteria, some logic. So for that, I need to get the current date, right? So using the date class or date time class, I can get the dates, current dates, years, etc., etc. So two classes, please remember, date class and date time class. So let us go to our program. Some logic. So let us see this guy MP2. Employee date. So it's not able to understand what is this date. So what should I do? Require date, because this is an inbuilt library which is not available directly. You have to require that. For example, if you are working on a CSV kind of a file, you want another library. CSV is also available in Ruby, but you have to specifically require that file in order to execute any methods or use any methods of that class. Okay. So I have to specifically require the date, then only it will get included, or it will get, the implementation would be accessed by this current class or current file. Understood? Date is not readily available, so we have to require. Okay, true. Yes, he is. I want to know whether a particular person's salary is greater than 5,000. Can I write a method like this, def salary?
I think yes.
Can we write a method with the name salary?
I think no, it will override the attribute name salary.
Exactly, it will override the getter method, right? For example,
Yeah.
if I say 100, now let us see, I'll ask for put is employee one salary. So what is employee one salary? 4,000. But we get 100. You ask any of the employee 2, employee till employee 8, any one salary will be returned as 100 only, because this will override the default getter method. Okay, please make sure you don't name methods in such manner. Okay? Salary, or I'll simply say greater salary.
Should be the basic salary.
Salary greater than 5,000, some criteria. Okay, just to write few instance methods, so I can demonstrate modules better. Okay, just some criteria: salary greater than greater salary, yes, or good salary. Does this guy have a good salary? Kind of. Yeah, EMP1 good salary. No, it doesn't have a good salary. Something like this. So you can go on writing instance methods. That's what you do in your classes in Ruby or in your any of the object-oriented programming languages. That is what you do. Fine. See, this couple of classes, what I wrote, employee and person, small classes. But imagine a user class in your application, an order class in your application, shipment class in your application. That will have a lot number of attributes, right? Lots and lots of attributes and lots of methods. So, but that will make the classes huge and huge. Even if you have used inheritance, we want to make the classes as simple as possible and refactor it to accommodate other modules. So what happens is the common methods are refactored. For example, employee and person. What are the common methods that you see? First name, last name, age are common methods, right? I mean, setters and getters, right?
Yes.
Common method. Hello is a common method. Full name is a common method. Adult question is a common method, right? Even eldest,
Eldest.
all these related, so common methods. So I can refactor those common methods into a module. So first of all, what is a module? We have to understand. Let me write few. Suppose there are classes A, B, C, and D. Each of them have 100 methods in them. Okay. Out of 100 methods, 20 methods are exactly same. They're repeated basically, copy pasted. Can we somehow remove these duplicate methods? So how do I relate these 4 classes in order to remove this duplication? Any ideas? You got the question?
I didn't get it.
Okay. There are classes, class A, class B, class C, and class D. Okay. In A class, there are 100 instance methods. In B class, there are 100 instance methods, so on. In A class, there are 20 methods, and these 20 methods, same methods are available in B. Similarly, C and D. Can I make a relation between class A, B, C, D and remove the duplicated 20 methods?
Yes, we can do it if we have superclass or as you said, module.
So what can I do?
We should create a new module, and it has all the 20 methods.
Hmm, okay, but we did not discuss modules yet, right? So what we can do is, I can say B is a subclass of A, right? C is a subclass of A. I can do that or not? Then all the 20 methods, here 100 methods would be there. Here 80, 80, 80, right? Can I do this?
Yes.
Yes. But the problem arises when B is already extending some E, extending some Y, some X. Now can I refactor the 20 methods? No, right? Still 100 will be there. Can I do this E comma A, Y comma A? This is not possible in Ruby. This is called multiple inheritance. You can't have two parents for a child at the same time. Okay, a class cannot have two parents. Got it? That is why multiple inheritance is not possible in Ruby. So if I ask, does Ruby support multiple inheritance? No, Ruby does not support multiple inheritance. But we can achieve multiple inheritance by means of something called modules. They're also called mixins. So what are they? Modules consist of only methods. Okay. So now coming to this concept, what can we do is, I can create a module E and include that module. This module E would contain 20 methods. Include that E in class A so that class A will contain how many methods?
80.
80 methods, right? Similarly, B, similarly C, similarly D. So, effectively what is happening, look at this sixth line. Okay. So this is how it was there. Now I said include, right? And I said include module E. Sorry, this should be, yeah, include. Include in each of it. Now how many methods are there here? 80, right?
Yeah.
80 are there. So when you included 80 with it, means that A is getting methods from P class as well as E, right?
Yes.
As well as E, as well as E, as well as E. So if you clearly see, this is kind of multiple inheritance, not real multiple inheritance, but A is getting methods from P and as well as E. It means we are achieving kind of multiple inheritance by using modules or makes sense. Got it? Got the concept? Any confusion?
So it's clear.
Okay. So the definition. When we include a module inside a class, all the methods of the module will become instance methods only. Okay? Not class methods. They become only instance methods. Okay. Now, let us define a module and refactor this person and employee classes. Modules are defined by a keyword called module, and they always start with a capital letter. Modules and classes are considered constants in Ruby, right? The module, I'll say reusable, capital letter END. That's it. I'll save this as reusable.rb. Now, let us remove the duplicate methods first of all. This can be removed. First name and city, accepting city, right? So I'll put it here. In this, I'll remove these three attributes. Only city is left. Initialize can be reused as well. So cut it. Hello can be reused. Full name can be reused. Adult can be reused. Cut it. Even these can be reused, right? So blindly, I'll cut all of these. But please remember, these are class methods, right? These are instance methods. From employee, what can be removed? Initialize, I can't. This is already removed. Salary, no. Hello can be removed. See, I'm talking about only two classes. Real projects, the huge projects may contain multiple classes with multiple reusable methods. One of the classic example in Ruby is array hash range. See, array includes a module enumerable. It means all the enumerable methods are available to array. Similarly, hash includes module enumerable. It means all the methods of the module are available as instance methods. Similarly, range.
Can you redefine modules, please?
Modules are, I mean, they're not classes, but modules are entities which hold methods. Okay? They hold methods.
They hold methods.
Methods.
Okay.
They consist of methods which can be used for mixing in a class. Basically, their job is for mixing them into a class. Okay? So that all the methods are available to the class.
Okay. So the methods inside the modules are instant methods always?
No, that we can't guarantee. That's what I'm saying. That is what we are going to discuss in this example. That is why I clearly mentioned instance methods and class methods. Okay? But I'll take it up now. We are getting to that only.
Thank you.
So we have removed this. Should stay in employee class. This because these are part of employee. Fine. Now let us try executing this employee class that everything is good or not. But in order to do that, in order to ask for something like this, put as emp1 emp1 dot full name. Now this will not work. First of all, wrong number of arguments 340 person 7. Okay. First, we have an issue here. Employee.rb2 okay, person.rb7 because I created this object and there is no initialize method at all, right? So I should require the module reusable and include the name of the module that is reusable. Now undefined method eldest for employee class. This is not available. So let me comment this, all of these, and ask for only full name. Now it works. But so it is an instance method, right? Full name is an instance method. Similarly, what instance methods you have? Put as adult question mark arrays. Okay, so they work. Why? Because the module has been included in here. Got it? Any questions? All the methods of that class will become instance methods, right? You're understanding or not? Any confusion?
So using a module, you will be able to share same methods in different classes?
Yes. Yes. Now I will remove this. So employee is no more. I mean, this is, I'm not I'm discussing about modules now. We are two independent classes. Okay, there is no relation. So that example I'm taking, there is no relation between employee and person, but we want to reuse the methods between two classes, as you said. Okay, now I'll try to execute this employee full name and other.
Sorry, I got lost. What? How would you? How are you using the methods in reusable class module? I saw above, and you are requiring the person file.
Not required since I removed.
Okay. So how are we using in the employee class?
So we will require that module.
Okay.
And include that okay. Now we'll try. Yes, it works. Because I included reusable, all the methods of the module will become what methods? Instance methods only, please remember. Okay.
Again, this, can you open the reusable class
The
module?
module. Yeah.
So it has some class methods. What will happen with these?
They will not work. They will not work. Okay.
So only instance methods.
Only instance methods. You're right. Okay.
Okay.
So we were discussing about including a module inside a class, and all the methods of the module will become instance methods, right? Now, what about the class methods then? If everything is instance methods and you can't use them as class methods, there is no point of having a module at all, right? So first of all, we'll remove this cell and make them ordinary methods. So even then, it's not possible to get those class methods. For class methods, you need to use a keyword called extend. Okay. So now if you say extend reusable and come in here, you ask for eldest, right? Undefined method eldest for employee class. Why?
Did we do extend an employee or in person?
Ah, yeah, you're right. I thought I did it on employee. My bad. So it's an extend on reusable. Yes, on employee. It works. Fine. But the problem is, if you again ask for instance method, it's trying to include both of it. So multiple times kind of. Okay, one time this and one time that. So it does both, but in the same reusable, where is it? You can do extend and include, but the problem is if there are similar methods with the same name, there would be a problem, right? Right? So always make sure that the class methods are separated. Generally, 100% they're separated, and instance methods are separated. So what we have to do is we have to refactor this module again to other module. So how do we do it? Using, I can write a module inside a module. I'll say R class methods. Okay. ent, and this one to be module r, no sorry, r instance methods, r instance methods, this one are class methods, and end it. So basically in a module we have two other modules, right? Yes or no? Inside a module reusable, we have two modules, R instance methods and R class methods, right? Are you understanding?
Yes.
No. So inside the module, we have two other modules, R instance methods and R class methods. R class methods are consisting of class methods and instance methods, instance methods. Now, if you try to execute the program, nothing will work because, we did not include it properly because we changed it. So what you have to do is include reusable. See, this is a constant, this is a constant, this is a constant. So I need to include this instance methods from this constant. What should I write? Include reusable colon, right? Makes sense. Similarly, include reusable class methods. Not here, here. Copy the both of it and put it in. So without any problem, everything should work. So it means you separated class methods into another module. Okay, this module. See, you can always write this in a separate module, like another file, and include it. Similarly, write this module R class methods in another file and include it. That's always possible. But I just wanted to show you how to use this constant within a constant concept, writing a module inside a module. Is everyone able to follow? Any questions on this? Can I continue then?
Yes, clear for me.
Okay. So now, so we are able to include, then tell me, I mean, include does what and extend. What is the difference between include and extend? Including and extending a module in Ruby. Can anyone tell what is the difference between that? If you clearly understood, you should be able to tell that.
Again, your question?
What is the difference between including a module and extending a module?
You said that for extending, it's for class methods that
Right.
if we don't do it, we will have a problem if names are similar. So
Right.
we will make conflict.
Okay. So basically, include is for using the methods of the module as instance methods in the class. Extend is opposite. Extend is for using the methods of the modules as,
Class methods.
that's it, simple, right?
Yeah.
See, earlier Ahmad asked, like, can't we get the class methods, right? There is no way because we used include. Extend will make all the methods of the module to class methods. So we can use class methods and instance methods. The only problem is we should define it separately. Instance methods in one class, in one module, class methods in one module, so that you can include extend. Understood? Okay. Now let us say that there is I can write classes inside modules as well. That is how all of your Ruby on Rails or any other Ruby libraries, gems are created. Inside a module, classes are generally written. For example, I have a class hello inside this module, and there is a method called hi. I want to create an instance of this class and call the method hi. How can I do it?
Initializer.
Yeah, no, I want to create, I want to call the method hi in employee. Okay, I'll do it in employee. What is the class name? Hello, right? The module name, reusable. So, reusable module inside another constant. Hello, right? Dot new dot hi should do the thing. See here, constant, another constant method. Accessing this constant from this constant is via scope resolution operator. New hi. So let us execute calling method hi. Any confusion? Earlier someone asked about this. Any confusion? So I take it as a no. So For example, in your Ruby on Rails, coming to Ruby on Rails, so Ruby on Rails, there are models, right? If you open up any kind of a model, by default, a model extends application record. I mean, if you are, can I know your Rails version, please, so that I can demonstrate each and every example on that version? Can you put it on chat? The Rails version that you use for your application.
On the station or for the laptop, my desktop.
And now, what is the Rails version that you're using at your in your application?
The personal machine, you
5.
mean, or the company's version?
5.1.
Okay. Oh, it's 6.0.2.1.
I think this one for the laptop, not for Hunger Station. I think Hunger Station, as Rabi said, 5.1.
5.1. Okay. So 5.1 is okay. 5.1, right? So 5.1, I don't think is application record. Okay. Anyways, there will be something called application record. Okay, in the models, there will be application record. If you see active record base. So active record is the module and this is the base. Base is a class or a module?
Class.
Class, because
Active record is a module.
yeah, no, yeah. Because base is a class because we are extending a class, subclassing. That is why this should be a class. The active record is a module. Okay. Similarly, if you go with your controllers and everything, it would be the same notation. Fine. So understood about this, right? How to use scope resolution. Okay. So what are we left out with? Yeah, name spacing I have to discuss, I guess. Okay. Generally, modules are used for name spacing. So name spacing is something like you want to have. Okay, let me take a quick example. For example, there is a module called XML. Okay, there is another module in another file called module PDF. These are a bit out of context and higher advanced techniques. So you can write a class in a module, right? Document, there is a class called document. Here also there is a class called document. So here some code, some methods are there in class. Some methods are there in class are quite different from PDF and XML. Some same methods might be there, but one should work for a PDF document, one should work for a XML document. Okay, the document remains the same. For that, you can namespace it using modules. So how to access this document? XML : document. Right. This is namespacing only, right? Something in Java we namespace, right? Similar to kind of. So PDF dot document. So it is used for namespacing. So that is why active record is used as a namespace. Module active record. Okay, this is how it is. If you want to namespace anything, right, you can use module for namespacing. Any questions on it?
Clear.
Okay. A couple of utility methods that you might be using in a day-to-day is something like I'll run it on IRB. Any object is nil. X dot nil question mark can be used. The nil will check whether that object is nil or not. This is a very important method. And getting the class and superclass, as you know, we have already discussed X dot class, something like that. X equal to X dot class X dot super class. These methods we have seen. Str.methods will give all the methods that can be applied on a string, on any object, for example. Dot methods is. I want to know only the instance methods that I can apply on this. I don't want it superclass methods. See these methods, what is the superclass of string? Object, right? Object superclass is basic object. So these are all collection of methods of superclasses as well as the current class. Okay. No, I don't want all this. I want only the methods of string class. As you can see, size has decreased. Public instance methods false. So it will return only the methods of string class, not any other class, not super classes. Okay. Some metaprogramming methods. Is it a string? True, right? It is a string. Is an object? Yeah, it is an object of a subclass. Is a numeric? No. Similarly, similar kind of methods kind of Is it a kind of object? Is
Yes.
string an object? Yes, right. Is a kind of string?
Yes, also.
Yes. This method instance of, is it an instance of string? I mean, it means, is it an object of string? Instance of? Yes, right. str is an object of instance of string class only, right? Is it an instance of object?
Yes.
Yeah, but it is false. Instance of method will only take into consideration the exact class, okay, not its superclasses. But kind of and is a will take into consideration even the superclasses, okay. What is it? str or some modules, okay, we have array, right? Array dot included modules. Sorry, includes modules, okay. Included, I missed color. So included modules are enumerable kernel. Why? Because array includes enumerable. Enumerable again, array superclass is what? Object. Object includes kernel module. That is why you got enumerable and kernel. So what are the superclasses of array? Array dot array dot ancestors. If you can see ancestors, array enumerable object kernel basic object. So Ruby considers even modules as ancestors. See, not superclasses, but ancestors. Okay. If I want to get only the ancestors of type class, how can I get it? Can anyone tell me how to write? So I want to get only the superclasses of array. That means the output should be object basic object.
Array did superclass.
Array dot ancestors dot
Superclass.
select right. Of type class only. X dot class is always class, right? I told you. Okay. So anything, any other methods, instance of kind of, yeah. Public methods. These are certain utility methods that you can use while programming in order to know what at runtime what is the object type. Okay. See, you can access even private methods of a class. I mean, not access. You can call private methods of a class using something called send method that we discussed. first. So it's not a good practice, but if you want to use send method, please always use public underscore send method. Something like this is possible, even this is possible. But send method has a capability of calling private methods also. Reverse is not a private method, it is a public method, you're able to call it. But certain private methods available in Ruby can be called by send method. So please make sure that you use public send and not directly send. Okay. This is one kind of Ruby's behavior. Anything else on Ruby side I need to discuss, or anything on Ruby? This is the primer, Ruby primer that we generally teach for Ruby on Rails. If you want any kind of if you know any kind of a chapter that you want to discuss right now, you can let me know. I'll discuss that as part of Ruby. But this is quite enough for Ruby. And we can continue with Rails. So do you have anything in Ruby that you want to know about?
I will talk with you after the course, as I agree with you. Okay. هو الكورس فصل يا جماعة ولا عندنا
Sorry,
بس؟
I think
I think connection issue, Ashraf.
اوكي.
yeah. No, I got. I mean, how many minutes did it missed? I mean, you missed. It's a short time, or
What?
I mean, did you lose me for a long time?
Uh, about 3 minutes. From
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me. Did we discuss about ancestors? Did you know?
Yes.
Okay, then we will not miss much. Ancestor select class
Yes, you
type of.
said if we have a question on Ruby, because we will go to Rails.
Right. Yeah, then not much. Probably 30 seconds or so. Okay, fine, or a minute. So if you have any questions on Ruby or anything to learn, you want that specific chapter, let me know. Otherwise, we'll continue on Rails.
Yeah, I will discuss with you after the course.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
Okay.
So everyone has Rails installed on their machines.
Yes.
Okay. So it is 5.1.1, right? So I want to create an application based on 5.1.1. We'll go by 5.1.1 or any other version you have in mind.
I have 6.0.2.1.
So you want me to create an application on 6.0?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you need to share your screen.
Oh, why not? Okay, sorry. Okay. So only one has installed, everyone has installed Ruby Rails. No, right? So once you have Ruby installed, right, you can install Rails by installing first gem command. Okay. So once you have Ruby, you need to install gem install Rails. This is the command to install Rails in your machine. It will take some time. It will get all the required libraries from the internet, so it will take some time.
We can install multiple versions.
Yes, we can install multiple versions. Using the gem file. Okay, multiple versions can be installed, but gem file will specify what Rails version is used by your application. That is how Rails applications work. I'll explain about once we create that application, right? We'll explain the directory structure, then you'll understand where to specify gems, etc.
Should I work on terminal or ITER?
Pardon?
Should I work on the terminal itself or I have ITER?
You have to work on terminal.
Yeah, I have to. I have iTerm and terminal. The normal one
Terminal,
and
I don't have
iTerm.
iTerm, but terminal, I prefer terminal.
Actually, I'm using iTerm and it's good. iTerm too.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So it will take us, it will take some time. Meanwhile, so you can do it parallelly in your machines so that a new application is created. Okay. I have an error. Rails requires bundler greater than 1.3.0.
So you need to upgrade the bundler.
Yeah, I have to update bundler.
Which version of Rails will you work on it?
I work on 5.2.3.
Yeah, the same as me. Okay.
See, till date, 5.x is the stable version. Most of the applications are on 5.x only. Still, there are few applications, a lot of applications still on 3.x. Okay, 6.x they do not port yet. I mean, so they're still running on 5.x. Say 6 is released only 1 year back, right? August, and by then this COVID has come. Okay, so let me install Rails again. It should, when you type gem install Rails, right? It installs the latest version of Rails. So I have 6.0.3.2. So Rails is installed, but there is something called gem. This command is pretty important. Gem hyphen h. Okay, gem hyphen help commands. Few commands are pretty important. What are the important commands I would discuss? The important commands are gem info install list, query if required, search if required, server is important. Okay, uninstall is important. So let us have a brief discussion on that. That is how to install a gem. Gem install, as you told, as you have seen, install the gem name in order to get that gem installed in your machine. Okay, I want a specific version of gem to be installed in your machine. In the machine, hyphen v equal to give the version of that gem. Understood? Pretty important command. Similarly, if I want to uninstall, if I want to list what are the gems available in my machine, it's gem list. These are the available gems in my machine. First of all, what are gems? Gems are nothing but libraries used by your Rails application. Okay? There are, see, any framework would be a part of lot of pieces of code, right? That pieces or that libraries are nothing but your gems. So gem list, these are the gems available. If you see RPM use 2.3, I guess. You can see multiple versions of gems here. As Ahmad asked, can I install multiple versions of gem? I have three applications running on this 2.3.1, I guess, with 3 Rails versions. See, 5.1 Rails version I'm using it for one application, 4.2 for another application, and 4.2.1 for another application. So this is my freelancer jobs that I do, and I require to have multiple versions of Rails. So that is why I have these versions. So if you look at our installation currently, so our
Can
RPM,
you please give me the command to install it
which one?
on the chat? The gem install command.
Okay, sure. I'll just copy it. The specific version one?
Yes.
Okay. No. For example, I want to install a gem called pagination. Which I want to install. So this has multiple versions. So will paginate. This is the latest, it seems. So I want to install 3.1, for example. Okay. So will pagenet is a gem. So gem name. So will pagenet hyphen v 3.1. So this is the command you want to do. And chat, right? I will send it on chat. Okay. Fine. And gem uninstall will pagenet. Directly will pagenet. It will uninstall this gem, or else I'll install once again will pagenet so that you could see two versions of gems installed. It will install 3.3.0. Earlier I installed 3.1. Now if I say gem list and grep for paginate, there are two versions of the gem, right?
Yes.
I want to uninstall will pagenet. So it will ask for me which one should I, one or two. So it's up to you what or otherwise quit. So using uninstall, I can also specify 3.1.0. Successfully uninstalled will pagenet. That specific version. So install list and uninstall. One more thing is gem server. So gem server will start a server on 8808 port. So this will give the documentation server. Documentation about whatever your Rails installation has gems, right? The documentation about it can be found here. I have to enable RDoc in order to have it in my local system, but always you can find it in Google API guides. Okay, if you configure it, you can get the API here itself. So whatever gems are, for example, you're using 2.x application. The gems are old, quite old gems, like 10 years old gems. The documentation, it's difficult to find on the internet. In that case, I can use the gem server in order to find out the documentation in local itself. This is one important command that you can use, gem server. You want to get an info about a particular gem, I can get gem info Rails. Author is this guy, home page is this, and so on. Search. Gem search, for example, device. So whose name matches regex. So it is searching for device, but let me check. Okay, I should not provide forward slashes. So search for remote gems with a certain regular expression. That is what search does. And one more important method is sources, very important method. Gem sources. See, any Ruby on Rails application, the sources are always rubygems.org. Maximum all of the Ruby gems are what you call open source gems or libraries that are available for Ruby are always posted on rubygems.org. The source is that, but there are certain gems where people do not want to make it as open source and they host it on their particular GitHub repository or some other private repository. In such case, you are using such kind of gems, then you have to specify the source by adding the source to the your sources directory. Something like gem sources hyphen a, I guess. Hyphen a and give http. Something like that. What are the third party one? Error fetching. Okay. But I can add, for example, if you say gem help with the command sources. Oh, I have to say add. Okay. So add, I have to say add and write the specific URL so that will be added to the sources. Okay, this is one important command. So this is about important gem commands. Yeah. So let us create. So Rails-v would always give the version of Rails installed or versions of Rails installed inside our machines. So Rails new sample app. Create a new application, Rails application. How to create a New Rails application. Rails new is the command followed by the application name. It's still installing. Okay, this is the application created, right? Is everyone able to see the folder structure? So did you create the application in your machine as well so that we can go hand by hand in hand?
Still creating.
Still
Okay.
creating on my side.
So here, first and foremost file you have to open is gem file. Can you please open gem file in your machines? In the application, sample application. Right. So in here you can see the Ruby version. So this Rails application is being created by Ruby 2.7. The usage is Ruby 2.7. If you want to change this to some other else, you can always edit and recompile or recreate. Okay, and Rails is 6.0.3.2, 6.02. So greater than or equal to. Okay, minimum version and maximum versions is this. This is what we are using. So currently we are using 6.0.3.2. This is the database that we are using. SQLite 3 database we are using. If you are using some other database like MySQL and PostgreSQL, Oracle, SQL Server, etc., you have to create an application in a different. Now, this is Puma server and other are development. These are the gems used for development purposes, for debugging and all this, for developer friendly stuff. Web console, etc. All these are development related default gem libraries used. Testing, if you want to have Capybara as part of automation testing, Selenium WebDriver, etc., testing. If you don't require those, you can always comment it or don't use it. Zone info, TZ info for time zone management. Dates, times for different time zones and different geographical locations. This is the gem. So major the Ruby version and gem version and git source. The source is what I discussed, right? So git source is always Ruby gems.org. Any git source for other gems we can specify using this. By default, these two are given these days for right from 5, I guess. So git source and gem sources both will be specified in the gem file. So gem file will consist of all the libraries which are required by this application to execute. Okay. So coming to your application is already developed application, right? Station is already, I mean, whatever Rails application, I don't know. That application is already developed or being developed. So it consists of a gem file, right? Can you hear me?
Come again, please.
So that gem file will consist of not 40 or 50 lines, but more than that, right? Can you please check and let me know?
Yeah. Okay. I just my app finished from the store.
So does it contain many lines? So apart from these gems, it consists of lot of other gems, right? Your application, gem file. No? Am I wrong?
I'm trying to open it.
Okay. Okay.
This gem file. Sorry, sir. Where exactly again the gem
Gem
file?
file?
Yeah.
In the application, in your application, you'll find the gem file. Here.
Probably it is installed. The app has been created, but I didn't find it yet. I'm trying to find it.
Okay. Anyone else? Your gem file should be greater than 55 lines, I guess. Right?
Yes.
So apart from this, it means you're using other libraries for your development. So your application gem file is using multiple other gems for your requirement. Okay. So what I meant to say is a gem file, you can add gems whatever required by your application. Currently, we don't require anything because the new application, we not require any kind of new gems. But as we go along, for adding new functionalities, we might require new gems. Okay. So for specifying those libraries in here, we use gem file, specifying those libraries and specifying the specific version of library in here. Okay, someone might ask you like, what is the requirement of a gem file? Okay, what would be your answer?
Wait a minute.
Contains all the versions.
Yes. See, today you're working on 5.1.6 or some kind of Rails application, right? Some version of Rails application. Tomorrow, I mean, a couple of years down the line, there would be some Ruby 2, 3 and Rails 8, something. So if you don't mention whatever the required gems and specific versions in the gem file, suppose one of the developer has left the organization and the new developer has come to the organization and he has been given a new laptop. He has to install that. So if there was no gem file, how would we install all that? The gem file will calculate, the bundler and gem file together will calculate dependencies of a particular gem. For example, gem dependency, I guess. Dependency or dependencies, some command, yeah. Dependency of Rails. So Rails is dependent on Rails 6.0.3.2 is dependent on these many versions of other libraries. So this calculation is done by bundler and gem file. Basically bundler. If we try to resolve this, it's impossible for a developer to install all the things correctly and execute the application. There is no guarantee that his application would execute perfectly. So if you have specified that in gem file, simply he can download the repository from Git or somewhere, check out that application and simply say bundle install. That will install the specific gems that are specified in your gem file with version and their dependent gems. Okay, and their dependent gems also, right? Understood? Does it make sense? I mean, is it confusing or you do not understand entirely? Okay. So now I don't want to. By the way, what database are you using for your application? MySQL?
I think Postgres.
Oh, it's okay. Unfortunately, I don't have Postgres in my machine, so I'll try to use MySQL anyways. Both of them same. So what we can do in order to create an application with a specific database in mind, first I'll rm minus rf. What is application? Sample application, right? Sample lab. I removed the application entirely. Rails new -d. I'll write some jump. Supported pre-configurations are MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite, Oracle, etc., etc., etc. Right? So whatever database you want to use, you can specify by -d option. In my case, I will specify MySQL. One more thing I forgot to tell you. I'll stop this.
Hemant,
Yeah.
How can I update my Ruby version? Because when I'm trying to install Rails, I'm getting error. It requires Ruby version 2.4.4, and my current version is 2.3.
You can install RVM and do that, right?
RVM?
Yeah, easiest way is install RVM and okay, I'll show it 1 second. Instead of upgrading, right? In future, you might work in two applications. If you upgrade again, future another application will throw the same error.
Okay. I already have RVM installed.
Okay, if you have RVM installed, you can directly say RVM install, right? RVM install
And the version you want to install it.
to Ruby hyphen 2.7.1 like that. Yeah, this should work fine. You can do this.
Even how much the file gem you told us it will be 55 line, I think.
My gem file. Sorry, I'll just create
Different
again. So
between it will be different, right?
55. Yeah.
I have it 62, so it is not problem.
No, that's what the other extra lines are. You're using other gems, new
Hmm.
library in your application.
Okay.
Okay. So, so if you see here SQLite, the major difference is the database.yml which your config directory has. This will be configured with SQLite 3 database in mind. Okay. So I don't want SQLite 3. I want MySQL, right? So I'll remove this application entirely and -d MySQL. This will create a new application, but with MySQL too. This is a pre-configured database.yml. What is this file? Database.yml file. This file is to for configuring a particular database, configuration of MySQL database with your Rails application, configuration of your Postgres database with your Rails application, some other SQL server, etc. So basically, this is the configuration file to connect to a database. Okay.
When I can find this file,
In config, see the screen config database.yml here. Okay.
config database. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so I have SQL 3, SQLite 3.
So you should, if you're using Postgres or MySQL, you
What?
have to do you have to do this. MySQL if MySQL or Postgres SQL.
Okay.
And it will create. What database are you using?
Why I should which kind of database I using?
Yeah. What is the database that you're using?
We're using Postgres.
Uh,
Okay, can Ahmad can you ask him to install Postgres later on
okay.
in his machine so that he can create an application with -d Postgres SQL?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So you have to create an application with
So I need to
Postgres.
create
Okay.
to create the application again.
Yes, you have to remove the older application and create with Postgres SQL.
Hemant, is the delete will do the job for deleting the application, or shall I use RM? I mean,
Rails delete.
uh-huh.
I didn't get the question. You mean Rails delete?
If I delete the folder, will it do the job, or shall I run it
Yeah,
through?
yeah, yeah. It will do the job. Yes, it will.
So
It
I
will
can
do the job.
delete the folder or
Yeah, you can delete the folder. It will delete.
okay. I will delete the database YAML. After that, I will install it again, right?
Yeah, you have to install it. Rails new sample app -d Postgres in your case. Yeah, Postgres SQL in your case. Okay. Or
I think the default one is light, right?
SQLite 3 is default. So you have to say, I'll provide you the command. Wait. You guys. Okay, this should be the command. I put it in chat. Fine.
What means there is a
Thank
conflict?
you.
This command should be create the new Postgres SQL with Postgres, right?
New project.
Yeah,
You-
new project. We create a new project.
Can you put also in chat the command for removing the application or removing the project?
I
It's
think
simple.
I think you can use the same as I wrote RM-F.
I was having multiple conflicts and I escaped it. It will not make an issue, right?
Multiple conflicts. Some.
The command you send it to us that will uh, will create the new database with Postgres.
New application.
A new application with Postgres.
It won't create any Postgres. It will create a configuration for Postgres. You have to install Postgres database in your local system.
Okay, so how I will do this, please?
Postgres installation.
Yes, the command you give it to me from a little bit, I run it.
No, it's not about command. You have to. Mm,
So what should I do?
you have to search in Google for installation of Postgres. What is the machine?
What is the
What is the OS? What is the OS you are using?
This is wait a minute.
Mac OS.
Mac OS.
Yeah, we're using Mac.
Which kind is Mac OS Katrina 1050.
I think the second link in Google was will do the job. I think. Can you go back? Yeah. No, no, the Google search, the second link. Yeah, he was going to send it. Yeah, this will do. It will install it through Brew.
Yeah, Brew. Yeah, that's a better option through Brew because this is an installer. So I thought it would be easy for him, like just like Windows, he could do it.
I think a
So
terminal will be easier. A terminal.
okay. Yeah, for development background guys, this terminal is easier. So I'll ping that itself. But okay. So this should install Postgres SQL into your machine. Okay.
This command.
Yes. So each and every time you have to do this as well. So you have to follow all these. until here, starting and stopping. Okay. Fine. Give me a minute. I'll have a glass of water and come.
تمام.
شباب خليكم بس بالراحة علينا شوية، عشان احنا عقبال ما بنسطب الحاجة والكلام ده كله بيبقى بيحصل مشاكل بس كتير. عارفين ان انتم جاهزين وكل حاجة، بس يعني ادونا فرصة بس.
خد فرصتك يا اشرف.
خلي فرص خالص يا عم احمد، انت بخلي حاجة. انت
عم-
راجل ست قد الدنيا، انا راجل حمار ما بفهمش حاجة. بحاول.
ماشي يا ريس، انا ما بتكلمش على فكرة، او بحاول ما اتكلمش.
انت راجل فاهم وما شاء الله سينيور قد الدنيا وبتاع، انا راجل لسه ما مش ديفلوبر حتى ولا اساسيات ولا اي بتنجان، يعني خليني بحاول.
ربنا يعينك يا باشا.
احنا جميعا يا رب.
بقول لك يا دابو، ابو حميد،
اتفضل يا باشا.
بقول لك هو البروجكت اللي احنا بنكريته، السامبل بروجكت ده، احنا المفروض هنشتغل عليه يعني، ولا احنا بس بنجرب يعني
يعني
فاهم اقصد ايه؟ يعني هل احنا كلنا المفروض نسطب مثلا البوست جريس، ولا انا ممكن اسطب بوست جريس، اشرف ممكن يسطب ماي سيكوال؟ فاهم اقصد ايه؟
فاهم، هو الأحسن طبعا تعمل نفس اللي هيعمله بالظبط بسرعة، أو حتى
هو
توقفه.
هو قال هيشتغل على ماي سيكوال، فصح، فاحنا المفروض برضه نعمل على ماي سيكوال، صح؟
خلينا نسأله سؤال
يعني
زي
هو حتى قال انت يا اشرف هتشتغل على ايه؟ فاشرف قال له بوست جريس، فقال له طب سطبها، فاهم؟ فاعتقد ان الداتا بيز مش هتفرق
ما انا عندي ماي سيكول، انا قلت له انا عندي ماي سيكول، ما قلتلوش بس.
طيب. طيب خلينا نسأله.
قال لك لا اعملوا بوست جريس، قال لك خلي بوست جريس احسن.
همنت.
Yeah.
I mean the team needs to follow up with you. So shall they use MySQL like you are using, or because installing Postgres will take them some time and they will might face some problems.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you
But
say?
I mean, I can teach it on Postgres if you want me to. I'll today we have only 20 minutes left, right? After this session, I'll install Postgres in in my machine
Okay.
and continue on Postgres.
That would be great, but if it doesn't make a difference for them because they will use active record. So whatever you
Yeah,
see,
it doesn't make a difference. Yes, but MySQL is pretty.
yeah, I mean, just they need to follow up with you. They don't want to get lost. So whatever you see, just they need to do the same. I mean, what will you decide if you use Postgres or MySQL? They will have to do the same. Hemant, I can't hear you if you're speaking.
لله الامر من قبل.
ما تقلقش يا اشرف، انت معاك الريكوردينج وامورك تمام يعني، ما تقلقش.
لا انا ما فيش وقت يا احمد، هو ما بيديش وقت عشان تذاكر، وما عندناش وقت عشان نذاكر اصلا بعد ما بنخلص الكورس. اذا كان احنا يعني بنخلص الكورس من هنا نبتدي الشغل بعد كده، وبعدين تبتدي تخش في القصص بتاعت الشغل. انا امبارح شغال الساعه 12 بالليل انا وراهم، من 12 ل 2 بالليل.
ربنا يعينك ريس.
فيعني الواحد ما فيش وقت، يعني انت بتجري وبتعمل حاجات. انا يعني ما فيش وقت حتى الواحد يعمل اكل لنفسه. هو يهدى شويه بس، يهدى عشان نعرف نلحق.
هو ريكوردد فيديو بس كان في اول سيشن يا احمد، ما فيش تاني. تاني سيشن اللي هو الايام اللي بعد كده ما فيش.
بجد؟
اول يوم بس تقريبا.
لا يا عم، انا كنت بشوف علامة الريكوردينج كل يوم عند
ايوه
لا
recording
لا
بس.
لا، في ريكوردنج الثانيه والثالثه نزلت اوكي على الكلاود. بس هي قصه، حتى الريكوردنج هو قصه الريكوردنج، ولا قصه ان انا بتكلم مع التيشر وهو بيقول لي لا صح، بيقول لي غلط، بيبقى في انتراكتيف في الموضوع.
Sorry, I dropped. There was an connection issue, I guess. So we are talking about which one to go ahead the database with, right? So you want me to go ahead with Postgres? I'll go ahead with Postgres. That's not an issue.
it's not a problem, but just pick something and they will follow. That's it.
Yeah, just unify what you will work. Postgres or MySQL.
So okay, then you go ahead with installation of Postgres. Okay, we'll do it now itself by following the link.
I get this message, comments. I'll send it to you.
Okay. One second. So please migrate to the following command is there, right? You can try that command.
Yes, what?
Actually, Ashraf has sent in some issue in the group chat.
You have an issue in a group chat. Okay.
So I am asking him to run that, execute that command.
Yes, I execute this command. Which one? This one? The second one?
Next after you did that, right?
Okay, yeah.
What is it?
I think it is stopped.
Let me check. Actually, simple brew install should do it, right?
It will take time to update Brew.
Can you do this brew install? PostgreSQL? So it means you don't have brew installed in your machines.
Okay. I have Pro and but it is updating, but take time, long time.
Yeah, it should update. Yeah, it'll update.
Yeah, it's making an update now, but it will take a time.
Yeah, it'll take time. Yes. So after that, brew install Postgres should install.
Okay. Okay. Just once the finish update, I will see if it will install or not.
So once it is done, right, simple command brew install Postgres SQL should install Postgres SQL onto your machine. As simple as that. There is nothing much to do about it.
Okay.
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 So meanwhile,
Can you
we
check
are
my error as well, Hemant?
yeah, 1 second. Why did you get this actually? You're trying
I'm
to install.
Rails.
Why did
I'm trying to update the Ruby version first. Then I got it. I did RPM install Ruby latest,
mm-hmm.
and I got this configuration error. Uh, Not sure. The one Summer sent on chat.
Error configure prefix that one?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Wait 1 second. Let us search for that then. Can you do this?
Yes, I'm currently doing this.
Okay, then.
Let me try and get back to you.
Yeah, libyml should be older one on your machine. So the libyml will be updated by your Xcode version because all the binaries
Are in the X code itself, right?
and Xcode itself. Yes, you're right. So that should resolve your thing. Then
It's
Okay, thank you.
Bro, but already I tried to test if I have. He told me that I have Postgres 11.3 already installed and up to date.
yeah, you can use that, no problem.
Okay, so
Have it installed, there is no problem.
yeah, it is already installed 11.3.
So you can use that. Then what you can do is so create an application using PostgreSQL. So we have done that already, right?
Yeah, yeah.
My machine, I think I have to create user account. I don't know. So PG admin, if at all. Also install this utility PG admin if required. Okay, I have 9.5. Okay. Let me check my application. Rails new sample one. Okay. So now I have my PostgreSQL config database.yml to be PostgreSQL. Sample app development is the database name. Username, I'll say.
What is the name of the app again, Simmons?
So once your application is created, switch to the application sample app and say Rails, yes. I have some issues because of 6, I guess. It is asking me to run a command called Rails Webpacker install. This is new in 6, I guess. So I have to, again, I have an issue. Please download and install yarn from this. Please follow. So brew install yarn again.
What's the need of yarn?
For Webpacker, I think by default Rails 6 is supporting Webpacker, I guess.
Okay.
JavaScript Webpacker is there, right? So for that, Webpacker yarn is required. See, I don't work on Rails 6, but as per my knowledge, Webpacker is a JavaScript, what you call, libraries or automation, automatic installation kind of stuff. Like
So, what we should so now it is Postgres and Rails first Ruby. What we should install?
Now you install Postgres, that is done. Okay.
And what is the app? The name of the app of for Postgres?
Pardon?
The app you give it to me, you show it to me from BG admin thing for Postgres.
See, once you install Postgres, right, just run this command brew install yarn.
I run which one? Brew install yarn.
Yes.
Okay. This is auditing.
Are you done with yarn installation as well, if at all required in your machines?
Yeah, it is installed now. Yarn, it is installed.
Okay.
I installed it now.
So once yarn is installed, please execute this command Rails webpacker install.
Okay, it's finished in my side.
Done?
Yeah, it's finished in my side, yes.
Then you can say Rails webpacker install. You can run this command, I'll put it in the chat. In your Rails application directory, the application directory, in sample app, cd to that application and run this command.
It is run, doesn't run for me. Webpack, Rails Webpacker, it is not run for me.
What is the output that you get?
Give me the help list for the commands, for options, Ruby, URL.
Can you paste it on the chat so that people can see?
Yeah, I think that it should be in the app itself. Okay, wait a minute. So,
installing all JavaScript dependencies, yard and from down.
So Hemant, will we finish this session today?
Actually, it's time. It's about so everyone is able to run this command webpacker command.
Actually giving me some error because of Rails, but I have a running command for gem update, so I will wait for it.
So you can do it by yourself, I guess. But other people, are they able to?
Yeah, I would have to, can you send us the list of commands and we can run them?
I mean, it's only a couple of commands. Okay, Rails webpacker install is one. Okay, this is already done. If it doesn't happen, it requires a yarn, then brew install yarn. It's only two commands that to be executed. So webpacker has been successfully executed in my machine. So simply say Rails says it should work. Otherwise, yeah, booting Puma, the Rails application, the setup is done.
When I try to set up Webpacker install, they give me this error, Rails aborted.
What is the error? Our Rails aborted?
Yeah.
Rails aborted?
Yeah, he writes to me that this give me this message. I don't know how to build. Here is the rest of the message. To be clear.
Rails aborted. I mean, from where did you run this command? You have to run it in the application directory.
Yes, and I am in the application direct. I am in the application itself.
So, what did it say? Webpacker install. What did you Webpacker install? Did you say Rails Webpacker install?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Is there a chance that I can connect to you to your machine and then resolve the issue? Because everyone else, I think it's time. So
Yeah.
you continue tomorrow. I'll work with Ashraf on resolving the issue. Okay. If anyone has any issue, please mail me or call Ashraf so that I can take up from him. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The same room, can share the screen if you want.
Pardon?
You want to share in the same room or to work in the same room here, or you want?
No, we can do it in the same room, Ashraf. You can share your screen and give me. But can I do this? No, I guess I don't have the privileges. Let me see. If I make you the host. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I'll share it now.
Yeah, please.
See?
Okay. Can you put the item itself? Thank you. Can I control your? Can you give me access?
Here. How I can do? There is no. I think there is no sharing with the access here, right?
View options. Request remote control. You get you will get an.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is Rails 5.2.4.3, right? It won't work.
Yeah.
You have to use 6. We are working on Rich. That is why in 6 we have Webpacker. In 5 we don't have a Webpacker.
Because of that, I asked in the first time.
Okay. Okay.
What is the version of Rails?
So we'll simply jump uninstall, okay?
Okay.
Rails and jump install Rails so that it will install the latest version of Rails.
Okay. I will install the last version.
Yes.
Okay. I think it will take time. After that, it will work fine, right?
Let us do it in a couple of minutes. 5 minutes it should be done.
Yeah. Mr. Humans, I need to talk to you about something in the course.
Yeah, you can give me a, either you set up a meeting and we can talk, or
Okay, I will say.
there are only 2 participants, right? We can talk. There is no other house, right? You can feel free to talk about it.
You want to move it to another
No,
right?
it is a recording going on, so probably
Okay.
probably you can set up a meeting and post me.
Okay, I will.
So this is installed. Jumps is installed cd dot dot. So I'll remove the application sample app entirely because it is built on.
Yeah, the wrong.
Okay. So there's new sample app again with Postgres SQL. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I will send you. I will need a link. I'll send you the link here. Okay.
Yeah, let me check one second.
Here.
Where is it? First of all, where is the screen? I lost your screen entirely.
Your screen, my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, you should. I didn't get any chat message. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Okay, I'll join on the. Once it is done, I'll join on that. Or you want me to join now?
No problem. We can share here. We can share. For me.
Okay, we'll start off. So yesterday we created an application on Rails 6, right? Created a new application called sample underscore app, right? So that's a Ruby on Rails application. The first and foremost file that you have to look at is the gem file that we talked about yesterday, which specifies what version of Ruby and what version of Rails it your application uses and any other specific gems required by your application. And the second one is config database.yml file. Okay, this specifies your database connections. Generally, Rails application has three, I mean, it depends on how many you have. By default, they have development, you can see development, test, and production. Three databases by default you can they support. If at all you want any other environment, you can specify here. So this configuration consists of adapter. It means the driver. You call in other languages a driver or adapter, right? For a laptop, you want to have a power adapter. Similarly, for the Rails application, to connect to Postgres database, there should be some wire kind of thing, right? Some medium, some adapter. That is this library called Postgres SQL. That library is in GemPG. This is the GemPG that we are using, or adapter that we are using to connect to a Postgres SQL database. Okay, so encoding and all are default. If you want to change any encodings, you can do that. Database name, the name of the database that you want to connect to. Whatever by default it will create by the name of the application what you gave, sample underscore app underscore development. If you want to change it, you can change it. The username used to connect to the database, the password used to connect to the respective password for the username. Okay, so these are the key configurations to in order to connect to a database. Okay, now if the database.yaml and your setup is good enough, then if you say Rails is Rails space S, it means starting the server. Rails server. S is shortcut for server. Exiting. Okay, it's already running, it seems. Somewhere probably might have run it. Right, it is running. So booting Puma Rails application starting in development, it means that your server is starting in development mode. Okay. Listening in localhost 3000. You have to use Control C to stop the server. So please follow this. I'm shutting down servers. This is the development mode. Suppose you want to execute in test mode, production mode, that things we can do. So now Rails says, let us see. Localhost 3000. So it executes, right? This is the default view that you see when it executes. Let me check on other browser as well. Okay, right. I'll delete and drop this database. Okay, it is being accessed, so it is not getting deleted. Okay, I deleted my database, so I will do a refresh. There is a database error. Database sample underscore app development doesn't exist. I mean, I think everyone, if you're creating a new application, should encounter this. Did anyone get this, or you are good? No errors of this sort.
I am unable to run the server.
Same as
So
no
you
connection.
created the database in your environment, in your
Yes.
Postgres. So everyone has done it, or only Omar has done it?
I have an error as well. No connection. No connection. Connection bad. Could not connect to server.
It means that you did not start your Postgres SQL database server. See, you installed Postgres SQL, right?
Yeah.
So you have to start it.
Okay.
And one more thing, 1 second. I mean, you have to open the database.yml, give the username, password, database name. But database name, we did not create it yet. Okay.
Okay.
So what we can do is, first of all, you have to say Rails or rake Rails db create. This command you have to execute.
Before
So
start.
yes,
Rails. Rails. DB.
db create, db colon create. So it will create development database and a test database in your database server. Okay, let me execute this.
How to run the database server?
PostgreSQL, did you
Yes.
install it?
Yes, it's installed, but I don't think the server is running.
So, I mean, how did you, it all depends on it. If you installed as a service, it should be up now. But you install via brew.
Yes.
Okay. Let me check. So, if it is something like this, you can do this. My location is in here. So you can do this.
Yeah.
Or else I'll ping you a link. Let me Google link. Provide your link so that it will be handy for us. Yeah, you can do this. this. So I'll put it on chat.
Okay.
Please follow that link to start PostgreSQL. See, one more thing, you can install pgadmin. I mean, it's a client so that you can see with your eyes that server is up, server is down. You have to start the server. You can do it from here itself. I mean, handy client, that's it. You can run your queries here rather than doing it on the terminal. Okay. I guess you install this, right? You might be having at your office, I guess. pgadmin, I use 3. There is 4 or not, I don't know.
There's a 4. I download the 4.
Yeah, because I didn't work for a particular couple of projects 3 years back. I worked on Postgres, so I don't remember. So pgadmin 4, I guess it's the new one. Okay, you can get the latest one, pgadmin 4, and install it. It's similar to pgadmin 3. You can do this so that it would be easy for you to stop servers and see the databases, etc., that they are created. Okay, you can. Meanwhile, you can download this and install. Fine. Where are we? Yeah. So this command will create 2 databases in my database server. Let's check whether we have the 2 databases being created or not. I'll refresh. Yes, sample app development and sample app test. So it had created, right? 2 databases in my database server, right? So another command is also there, but I mean, I don't want to stress on all these commands because it's under all will also create a extra production database as well. Rails DB create all will create an extra sample underscore app underscore production database as well. Okay, fine. So Rails has now it's already running. Yes. I refresh. So now we don't get any issues. Our Rails application is up and running. Okay. Any questions so far? Any issues till here? Are you able to set this up?
Yeah, but the data is right to me. Rails ported.
Rails about it?
Yeah.
Why? So what is the error?
Rails ported don't know how to build task. DB created all.
Can you put it on the chat, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, DB dot. It's not DB dot. It's DB colon, right?
Okay. I don't see this. This. I don't see this.
Okay.
Uh, Sorry.
See, Rails DB colon. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was still not able to connect. Trying to. Can I change the password for the database from the file db YAML?
Yeah. Yes. You should. You have to configure, right? See, first and foremost thing, give the database name is already created. Username you have to give, and password also you have to provide. These 2 things you have to fill your own usernames and passwords of
Okay.
your PostgreSQL. So if you want to create PostgreSQL username and all, you have to operate command line.
Okay.
By default, you'll get only Postgres user.
Okay, I'm trying now. I don't know why you give me now another one. Could not connect to server. I finished all things yesterday, but why it is not? It won't connect to server. Give me this message.
Now, are you able to connect or not? Is your database running or not?
Unable to could not connect to server. Could not connect to server. No such file directory.
Not connect to. So can you put the
Yeah.
chat in the chat your message? No search for directory. Is the server running? Yeah, I guess. See, if according to the message I get, right, there is no server running on your machine.
No. Why I installed BG admin and I did Rails server.
No. See, PG admin you installed, right?
Yes.
What do you see here? I mean, like this in servers.
Still clear. No, nothing has been added yet. Yes. Okay. So I need to create server inside it, the BG before I do this.
You have to double click on it. It will start. Otherwise, then you have to connect to the database. If nothing, no server is running, right, you won't see anything in here.
Okay. Not want to do.
So now we'll discuss about the directory structure. Okay. So the directory structure, we need to know what files or what code should be written at specific places so that you can achieve whatever you want to show the functionality to the end user. Give the functionality to the end user. Okay. First and foremost is the app folder or application. We generally call app. Sample underscore app folder is called the application folder, and this is simply called app folder. Okay. So there is a difference between terminology. Rails application directory is sample underscore app. App directory is app, only app. Okay. In that first directory, we have assets. You can see assets, right?
Yes.
Assets consists of all the assets belonging to this application. Okay, the assets mean majorly style sheets, images, and your version 5.2 you'll also have JavaScripts in here, but since it is 6, right, they made it a different JavaScript folders. They made it outside. Okay, specifically outside. If you want to specify any JavaScript, or else you want to specify here, you can specify. But in your application 5.1, right, you will have JavaScripts here only. So please make sure that you write your asset. What are assets? Basically style sheets, images, and JavaScripts. That are your assets of your application. These will be written in here. So in images folder, you place whatever images are required by the application views. Style sheets, the styles of your or CSS, SCSS, SAS, the files can be put in here. And JavaScript also, a JavaScript folder will be there. Inside it, you can put your all your JavaScripts. So that is your assets folder. Channels. Channels is a new feature in Ruby 5.1 or 10, I guess. So probably you can take it as 5.6 itself. Application cable. So WebSockets. There is a concept of WebSockets in JavaScript, right? So that concept, they made it as default. They provided libraries so that via Rails application, via Rails code, you can easily get those WebSockets notifications via WebSockets. Basically, we use WebSockets for notifications, right? Or updation synchronously. Will mutex. That feature, if you want in your application, you can use application cable or channels. In the code relating to that, generation of application channel code, etc., can be done. If we generate that, that will be placed in here. Controllers. This is the major folder that we work on. Any developer who is writing function, any Ruby on Rails developer who is writing code in order to display something on the view has to touch this for sure. Okay. So you've been writing code, right? So always you work on controller itself, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes. So I'll explain MVC also for other guys. Meanwhile, I'll discuss this. Okay. First, I need to discuss about an MVC pattern. Okay. So MVC pattern, it's called model view controller, right? See, for newbies, this is one kind of design, but don't say an architecture kind of. MVC, it's a design pattern basically, where model is representing database. Blindly take it as database. I don't currently I don't say specify as okay, entity, database entity. View is representing the HTML view, the HTML view or the HTML screen that the user sees. See, since I'm talking about web, I'm saying HTML. If it is non-web application, it is something else. Controller. Controller basically controls or calls actions according in accordance to user. Right. So basically imagine that model is a database. Okay, simple database table, and view is your HTML file. Controller is a class, okay, which controls or calls actions and processes information from the model and displays to the view. Okay, simple. A controller, he controls everything. Okay, it controls, it's in a class that controls everything. Okay, fine. So let us see the flow from the view. Okay, basically user request, we make a request in Google saying that something like, for example, www something.com. Okay, so when we do this, right, first the request would be coming to the controller. The controller will judge where to send the which action to execute. Okay, so controller, which action to execute. If it has any interaction with data, it takes the data, it contacts the model, that is database table or database or view, whatever, database view, I mean. Okay, controller contacts the model and gets data again to the controller and finally displays it to the view. Okay, finally displays it to the view. Controller gets the data back to the controller, shows the view. Probably this this is a better one. So controller, the user requests controller, if it has anything to do with model, so it has to select show me all the current orders. Okay, that will contact the model, get all the data, current orders data, and give back to controller. This controller, once it gets, right, it shows, displays the view. View is the HTML which the user sees. Okay, if it doesn't have anything data, so if it doesn't have home page, for example, the home page is a static page, right? It doesn't have anything to do with data. So home page is a static page, contact us is a static page. Okay, copyright, some legal, all these kind of pages are static pages. So static pages, we don't have any data to fetch, right? Do we have any data to fetch in static pages?
No.
Okay, so see, first of all, do you understand the difference between static and non-static pages, dynamic pages or non-static? I mean terminology, because I heard from Ashraf and others, like they don't really understand the terminology, right? So static pages and non-static or dynamic pages. Do you understand the terminology on that?
No, for me, I don't. I don't.
So we are good with that, right?
No, I don't know. No problem.
So you want me to explain, right?
If you give me brief,
Yeah. See, in web applications, right, there would be a contact us page, right? Contact us page. Hello?
yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, there will be a contact us page on most of the website, right? See, I don't know if this is your website or no. Let me open this. See, contact us is there, right? About us, contact us. You can see that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a static page. These pages are there, right? About us. Because you don't store this data in database.
Database, yes. So it
Okay,
is.
that is the static page. Okay.
Sorry. Any,
So
any data I will save it in database. It will be dynamic.
um, yeah, dynamic page because we will change the data which is coming in. Okay. For example, order now you'll show a lot of other data, right? So this is, I think this is also, this should be dynamic, I guess, because the cuisines might add up, right? Tomorrow another new cuisine might add up in your menu.
Yeah.
So they'll maintain this in the database so that it is dynamic. Dynamic in the sense it's changing. Today you want to display this, tomorrow you don't want to display this. Instead, you want to display only beverages in one block and international food in one block and traditional Arabian food in one block. So you can group it from database and display here. Dynamic, right? Okay. Static is nothing. Simply write HTML like contact us page. Understood?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's clear.
So what I mean to say is when there is no interaction with this one is when there is no interaction with the data, directly the controller will show the view. Okay. This is MVC pattern. So how does it work in Rails? We'll see with an example. Okay, then I'll ask you questions. Fine. So controller, the first and foremost, you can see here application controller. This is the super class of all the controllers. Tomorrow, just probably after an hour or so, we'll be writing a new controller. So that controller will be the super class of this controller, base, child of this controller. Who is the parent of application controller? Can anyone tell me? Ashraf, can you?
The parent of the controller.
Parent of application controller.
It is base, right?
Which one?
It is a base. It is
Yes.
action control.
Action controller module and
Parent.
base class.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So base class. So here we write most of the actions. We create controllers and actions where we show the, and also we query data from models and then display the views. With an example, it will be clear for you. For now, this is a controller folder. Helpers. Helpers. What is a helper? Can anyone tell me what is a helper here? Is it a class or a module? Is it a class or a module?
The model.
So can I write methods in it?
Yeah, I see.
Can I write methods in it? Right? I
Yeah.
can write
Yeah, because it's
methods in it. So here helpers are, please remember helpers are to help the views. These are to help the views. Basically to help the views. See, you might argue like it's a module I can include in any class, right?
yes.
Yeah, we can do it. But according to Rails, these are only to help the views. Okay. What is helping the views? I'll discuss, I'll show with examples. JavaScripts, as I told you, your channels and everything will be stored here. So here we have to write all your JavaScript. I mean, not in your application. Please remember this is Rails 6 application. In your application, you have to write it in assets. In assets, you will find a JavaScript folder. There you have to write your JavaScript files, not in here. So I'll skip this part. So JavaScript, imagine this JavaScript is in here. Otherwise, you'll get confused. Jobs. I want to write jobs. So what is a job first of all? For example, mm, for example, I have million users, okay, in the database. Okay,
Yes.
I have to what do you say? Okay, I have to update. I have to update. Mm, okay, I have to create a CSV file. Okay, of the user email addresses. Okay, million records are there. So what is my requirement? I need to create a CSV with user ID and email address. So what will I do? See, in the Rails application, if you give a link and say, click on this to get all the email addresses, million email addresses to get a CSV, the site will die there itself. Okay. So what we do is generally we write something called background jobs. So background jobs will run irrespective of your application. They work in the background without consuming resources of this application server. Okay, so that this will be done in the background without any memory issues. It will create the CSV and give it to you. So background jobs, if you want any kind of background job, for example, you'll be sending newsletters in your application, 10% discount on this, on the festive promotion. Okay, if you want to do festive promotions, you have to create a background job, right? Okay, for this season, one festival, one promotion, two months later, another promotion. For that, you have to write background jobs. So for those jobs, or else your subscription is expiring in next 2 weeks. Please renew your subscription. How do you send newsletters? You'll ask the support team to send in, write in emails and post to all of them. No, right?
Yeah.
So we write background jobs so that we execute that background job. The system will take care of sending emails to all those guys. Okay. So that kind of functionality is what these functionalities can be written in jobs folder. Application job is the superclass of all jobs. Mailers. So as I discussed now, I want to send emails from my application. Okay, excuse me. I need to send emails, right? I have to write code somewhere. That part, we write it in mailers. So separation, this is what is a framework. If you want to write it in pure Ruby, it's pretty difficult to write all these functionalities. Excuse me. So separation, jobs are separated, channels are separated, that is action cable is separated, controllers are separated, your assets are separated, JavaScripts are separated. Now email, sending the email functionality is also separated. So if you write everything, emails and jobs and everything in controllers, what will happen? If you have an issue somewhere, debugging it is like hell. So when there is clear separation, someone got a wrong email, some body is missing in that. Directly you can go here in the mailers directory, there is a problem. We can clearly go there directly and debug there itself rather than going to the controller and doing it. Now, models. Models are the major piece in Rails. See, MVC is always the major piece, major components of Rails, but models play a very important role because it is data entities. Okay, so everything dynamic application runs on only data only, right? A dynamic application will run only on data. So this is the major component where interaction between data models happens. Application record is the superclass of all the models, and active record base is the superclass of application record. Before 5.2 or 5, before 5, I guess, model was, every model superclass was active record base. Can anyone quickly open and see in your 5.1 what is the superclass of a model? Any model? Okay. And you also have
So application record.
application record itself. Yeah. Then before 5, 4x and 3x and 2x and all previous versions, any model is would directly extend. Any model is a subclass of active record base directly. Okay. Basically.
Models again what?
In previous versions, so before 5, like 4, 3, 2, model is a subclass of active record base directly. But now from 5 onwards, application record is the superclass of a model. Okay. In controllers and models, we have a folder called concerns. If you clearly see concerns, this is for reusability of code between controllers. So here, what can you place? Modules, right? So any reusable actions you feel that to be refactored, right, can be put in the concerns directory of models or controllers. Views. The end user sees this views. Okay. So layouts. Layouts is, in your application you might have a guest layout, a manager layout, an admin layout, etc., etc. So whatever templates, the layout of your application, three page layout, 3-column layout, 2-column layout, different types of layouts are there, right? Layout in the sense, I mean, people who don't are new, right? Says this entire thing is a layout. For example, in your application, so this is the header. This is carousel. This is also carousel. This is sections, and this is the footer, right? This is one layout. This is one layout.
We can use also view, not layout, right?
No, generally layout should be in layout zone. So this is login. This is another layout. See, it doesn't have the other. This doesn't have a footer. It doesn't have this, right? See, this is a view for you. I mean, is it Sarah who asked me or?
Sure.
Yeah. So your question, this is not a layout. This is a view. But earlier one is a layout, right? Which is common to most of the pages. Whatever is common to most of the pages is repeated, right? So we use it as a layout. The header and footer and center content, these things will be part of a layout, right? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. So for example, the admin or support guys use as a layout so that they're different layout. They need not have this kind of an super graphic layout, right? A simple layout is enough for them, right? So you can put a simple layout for them in the layouts directory. The default layout in Rails is always application.html.erb. Okay. And the default layout for any mailer, for any email is mailer.html.erb and mailer.text.erb. Depending on if it is Outlook, a client, then it will go. It doesn't support HTML, text will go in, otherwise HTML. Now most of the browsers or email servers will support supporting HTML directly. HTML will, this will be the HTML layout. Any questions in the app directory? In your application, 5.1 application, you might find different one, or anything you don't know inside the directory, why is it used, so on, please let me know. Okay. Bin is nothing but your executables. You don't work on this, so don't worry about the Rails command, the rake command, setup, spring, all these. Yarn is a new one in 6. You have seen yarn install. So those executables are there in here. You don't do much. You don't write any scripts here. So don't worry about it. Another important directory is your config directory. Very, very important. All the configurations of Rails applications will be done in here. Okay. So here, the first and foremost file is your database.yml file, right? Configuration of database. Next, application dot. Pardon?
No, I said you said the most important one is the database, and I think also locales.
Also,
The
which
third
one?
one after the initializers.
Locales.
Yes.
Locales. See, if you're supporting multiple languages, then
Yes.
locales. Yeah, then locales. Okay, but I mean, database is the first, foremost. I mean, in config directory, first database.yml, then application.rb, environment.rb. See, boot.rb is the first one to be called like that. The sequence is different. But see, if you don't have your database configured, there is no point in having locales, right? Your application will not work at all. So that's what I meant by database YAML is very key configuration file, right?
Yes.
So database.yml boot.rb is the first file. Okay, it's the first file that would be executed when you start your server. See, right? Starting, because I wrote it here. Boot.rb is the first file from where the execution starts in Rails application. Okay. Next, application.rb. Here, most of the settings will be written in here. Settings in config environments take precedence over those specified here. Application configuration can go into files in config initializers files. Okay. So config environments take precedence. It means this application wide, the whole application wide. I want to use default locale. Okay, for example, see these kind of settings can be seen in guides. Default locale is something D. Okay, I want to provide this. So application wide settings I can provide in here in application.rb. But environment wise, I want to override, then I can specify in that environments, 3 environments file will be there: development.rb, production.rb, test.rb. So what are these? These app settings are applicable only in development environment. These settings only for test, and these settings only for production. Got it? So can anyone tell me like what is development and test and production environments? I mean, people from non-IT background, non-developer background. Can anyone from that? What is a development database, production database, and test database? Test environment, sorry. What is development environment, test environment, production environment?
Production environment. I think it is the data that it will be on live
Yes,
on
live.
directory.
Yes.
About testing, it is the data that what we are developing, and we want to test it on production, but we test it on the test environment.
Yeah, something like pre-prod. That's what you say. Pre-production kind of, right?
Yeah,
So generally, development server is what the developers work on. Okay, development environment, sorry. Okay, the current local machines they work, right? That they work in development environment. Once they feel that their code is good, it can go to it can go live, right? They put it on staging server or testing server.
yes.
Okay, staging. These are the terminologies used. Staging server or otherwise called test server. So the testers test exclusively on the staging server and raise bugs if any. If everything is good, they give a hands up and good to go. Then that will be merged to production. Okay. So 3 different, generally any development lifecycle, any application would have these 3 environments for sure. Okay. Let us see development environment. Development environment, see, each and everyone has to go through this, whatever has written in here. But one simple example I can explain. In the development environment, your application's code is reloaded on every request, right? This slows down the response time, but it is perfect for development. Since you don't have to restart the web server, when you make code changes, config cache classes false. So it means don't cache anything. I guess, I mean, everyone knows what is caching, right? Your browser caches your images, JavaScripts and all. So that, for example, today you visit hunger station, tomorrow you visit same hunger station will come up like very fast. Why? Because the browser caches it, right? But if you remove clear browser history and caches, it will take some time to load. Yes or no? That is called caching. You know about it. It saves it actually. Right? So in development, we don't want caching. Why? Because if you change something, if it's already cached, if you change something, it won't reflect on the browser. So we don't want that setting. This setting is only specific to development environment. Okay. Similarly, another one, config action mailer raise delivery is false. If the mail can't be sent, don't send a delivery saying that mail did not send. In development environment, who will send emails? We don't send emails for free, right? Unnecessarily, right?
Yes.
Similarly, test. Similarly, test also config cache classes false and mail perform caching is false. But see here, mail delivery is test. Tell action mailer not to deliver emails to the real world because you're testing it. Okay, so specific settings. Similarly, production here config cache class is true because once into production we won't change code frequently, right? We won't reload
Yes.
the server. Frequently we'll make updates to the server, production server. But prior to that, our CI continuous integration will test all that, run all the tests. If the testers will manually test each and everything, automation scripts will test, right? If everything is good only, we'll release that. So cache classes is true. So like this, multiple settings will be there for 3 different environments. Puma.rb is your Puma configurations here. If you're using Puma, if you're using any Unicorn or any other Rails based server, then it would give you that specific. By default, it is Puma. From 5 will have Fabric, right? For 5. Development server is Fabric you're using or any other server?
I think we have both.
You can know it from Boomer.
No, which one are you using? Are you using Puma or Fabric? Development server.
I think Rubric. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cable.yml. So action cable. So using WebSockets, right? If at all you are using any kind of Redis database, then you can provide that cable.yml, that configuration here. Routes.rb, this is an exclusive one session would be dedicated to this. Here we write all the URLs, we call it as routes technically, URLs in our application. Spring is like the creation of your files, etc. The booting and everything happens by internal library called Spring. That you can find it in gem file. Spring speeds up your development by keeping your application running in the background. So this is a utility kind of, which we don't touch anything on that. Storage.yml is what's called active storage. Even this is introduced in 5.10, I guess. So active storage is, see, you want to upload your images or some files onto S3, or you want to have file uploads. Okay, active storage. These things like Azure, you can see here, or to a mirror service or S3. I don't know, GCS I never used. Probably it would have been Google content something, I guess. Okay. So these services you want to, if something related to uploading files. Okay. So uploading files, any specific setting you want to do it for S3. If it is local, it's fine. You can write it as disk. And where you want to store, you can put in the configuration here for the local storage. Local storage in a sense, local server location, not the JavaScript local storage. Okay, if you want to do for S3 and all, these by default you can uncomment this and put in any of your configuration for storage. You want to upload a file to S3, such kind. Webpacker is new one.
Hemant, can you repeat what's application.rb?
So application.rb, see all the application specific. Throughout the application, you have some common settings. As I told you, locale setting, time zone setting, right? These are common to all the environments, right? To all the environment, development, test, irrespective of those settings will be given in here.
So the common configurations used all over the app.
Yeah, common configuration, common.
Okay.
So what you want to write, right? For example, what can you write? You can visit for your, you can visit Ruby guides, okay? Very, very good. It will have all the configurations displayed. See, as I told you, time zone, schema format Ruby, these things, auto load paths, asset host, cache classes. See, all these can be, these are available. See, you need to know what are available, right? These are available in Rails to be configured. These many are there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
See, you know, generally you don't touch all of these. Okay, whatever required, you'll touch those. Okay, as your application becomes complex, right? Then default time zone and locale, these kind of stuff will anyhow configure in application database. Apart from that, would you want something else? Config asset host. So, for example, as I guess you know asset host or a CDN concept, CDN, content delivery network. So nowadays we don't excuse me, we don't serve images or JavaScript or CSS file directly from our server, right? So instead we serve it from Amazon, AWS or Azure or these kind of content delivery networks. Okay, so we'll store those. So when we load our server, all the files will come from that server from cloud, so that the speed up the file loading is faster and our server load is low. I think this is one kind of concept people with non-developer background, CDN. So for that you need an asset host. Where is your, where do you want to get the data, your assets from, images or style sheets or JavaScript? That is asset host. That asset host. Okay. Useful when CDNs are used for hosting assets or when you want to work around the concurrency constraints built into browsers. So I think everyone knows about it. Browsers cannot download n number of files at a time. They have a limit of 3 years on for each request. Okay, that is why they use CDN, some kind of a hack. So any other questions till now? Anything you feel you don't understand? See, I really know this is just the theory part, but this is quite required. Where to write what? And once we start off writing applications, most of the time we would only write in app. We won't touch any of these. Okay. This is all high level where you need to do this content CDN, asset hosting, and all this caching, etc. etc.
Heman.
Yes.
So I started the server
Okay.
for Postgres. Then I did the command db create, and it returned that it's sample app development and sample app test two databases are created.
Yeah, created. Then you have to.
But I don't see them on the PG admin dashboard.
You have to connect to the server first.
It says the server is running on the console. I mean,
from the PG dashboard.
Yeah.
We have to, whatever server you have to double click it, then you'll see the servers again.
I don't see any servers inside the. It's empty. I mean.
Generally, it has to get it, but if it is not getting it, then you have to. You have to see. Like add server. You have to do this. Then you will get it.
Can I add it through here?
Yeah, via admin you can add. PG admin.
I tried to add it as you from here, but it is give me error all the time.
Me too. Also has same problem.
It give me all the time error.
Pardon, what are you adding?
If I try to add the server from BG, it give me an error. And As well as my terminal, it give me an error until now. I don't know why he want to connect with the server. I don't know.
No, it shouldn't happen actually. It shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
As far as I know, it shouldn't happen. See, once your server is running, you simply add it here. The name of the server from XYZ. Port is this. Host is localhost. You need not specify. Username. Okay, and password. That's it.
Yeah. Try to open it.
See, simply give localhost here. And port. That would be, give it a name. You have to give a name, right? Some name. Username also you have to give because you want to connect with user. Postgres user, the default user. I mean, the default user is Postgres.
So I can write in the host name or address. I can put it as name. No problem.
Host you have to write localhost or leave it blank, no problem. Name you write something.
Okay, because this for BG4 is different a little bit.
Yeah,
The last version of BG is different than 3 totally.
probably. Yes.
Host names. It gave me connection to the server has been lost.
Is your server running at all?
Hmm?
Is the server running?
If I try to create a server on BG, as,
No,
as I did now, it gave me the same.
no. Is your server running first of all?
Let me check again.
No, how I mean, how do you say that your server is running? Did you start the server first of all?
Yeah, I started here.
You started?
The real server, right? I created already. It's
Okay,
working.
it is running.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You want to try this?
See, if you execute this right,
Hmm?
grep postgres, this command, do you get anything like this?
Wait, I will override the command. Uh, let's do this. Yes. He had give me something which I think I need to make sure from it. Postgres port ideal format.
Postgres is running or not? Is executing or not?
Yes, executing the order.
In that, if that is the case, it has to get it in PG4. Ashraf, you're doing something wrong, I guess.
Yeah, I see. I need to uninstall BG4 and then install BG3, right?
No, no need. No, no. You need not. You not do that.
He's executing this. I will share with you the screen if you want.
Okay, if can you share your screen? We can try it for 5 minutes. If not, we can.
No, only one you can share. I think you cannot share screen.
You can't share.
No, it's right to me. I can share only one. He can share one person in Zoom.
So I gave you the privilege medium. First, you can share the screen, I guess.
Oh, this will. Oh yeah, no, now it's working. Okay, do you see it here?
Yeah, where is PG4?
BG4. Here is.
Can you give me the access, please?
Yeah, just.
Oh, I have to request, I guess.
Yeah, you have to request it and
No, I don't have anything which says.
you request anything.
No, I don't have that privilege. No, no, 1 second. Yeah, request for remote control. Yes.
Yes.
Probably there is an issue with the installation only, I guess.
So I think I need to uninstall everything and back again from beginning, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
That's
it
all.
should directly, if really Postgres is running, right, it will directly pick it up. I mean, once you add the server, you don't get this connection, has server has been lost. Can you switch to the terminal, please?
Yeah.
Yes. So is your server running?
What?
Can you open the browser and say localhost
Yeah,
3.0?
I already opened it. You see it?
Sample app development is not there. Okay, can I go to the terminal, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, now it should work fine. Okay, now it will work fine for you. Okay.
You see it now كده؟ it's working now. طب why is this wait, uh, we go to inside the app and I found this two has been was existing, but
No, it
not
is
existing in
created. It was not existing earlier. Okay.
not what?
It was not existing earlier. So I had created.
Ah,
And one thing you do, Rails PG4 admin, you remove it and reinstall, it should work. Okay.
okay, so I will uninstall the BG and reinstall it again.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So you can see my screen now, everyone? No?
That's yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. So we were discussing something and we went a bit wayward. So we were done with this, right? Now comes initializers. This is also a very important folder. So application controller renderer is a new enhancement, I guess, aspect of initializers in Rails. So you want to do something in the renderer, application controller renderer defaults. So this would be a hash because we are using merge method, right? We are using merge in the sense we are merging something, host HTTPS false, some key value pairs we want to add to application controller renderer defaults. That thing we can do it in this file. Let me check if I can access through the console. See, Rails C or Rails console is an IRB of this application only. That is sample app. All the code which is there in this application, you will have access to all the controllers, actions, models, everything in this IRB. So here you can see my sample app application controller defaults has these things, example.org, HTTP false, method gets, tip name, input, etc., etc. Right? If for this you want to merge any kind of a new key value pairs so that they will be available to the renderer, then you can do it. This is a new feature, I guess, in Ruby Rails 6. Okay, it will not be available in your Rails 5 application. assets.rb. So assets.rb, it's a bit tricky for people with no developer background. What happens is, let me open your website quickly, inspect. Sources. See, you can see the source JavaScript here.
No? Oh, yes. You can see it.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, a couple of minutes, just 2 minutes. You can take a break. So you can see here. Can you really understand what is this code? Can anyone understand? No, right? You will, here I pressed. Now you're able to understand at least, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, now it's
Understand in the sense, looking at it, it seems nice, right? That is how we have to write.
It's clear.
Yes. But if you see, it's not clear here. What is this? So what they do is, in order to save file space, they'll remove all the spaces, new lines. Okay. Got it? See, the file size will declare if decrease if I remove spaces and new lines, right? Yes or no? Simple concept.
I
File.
think
Everyone is able to understand.
yeah.
A file is a file, F-I-L-E file. Okay. Which one would take more size? This one or this one?
Yeah.
Pardon?
That's sure the brace one. It will take more size.
Which one?
Uh, the large one is
Yeah, last one, right? Because it has spaces and
yeah,
new line number, new lines, etc., etc.
yeah. So
So in order to save file space, so the lesser the file, the faster it will load on the website, on the browser, right?
okay.
They'll
Yes.
do they'll do it for asset, that is called asset pipelining.
Goodbye.
That concept is called asset pipelining. Okay. So where are your assets? You want to specify the assets and the version of assets. You can do it in assets.rb. Backtrace silencer. So earlier we were discussing about exceptions, if you know. So backtrace silencers, as I told earlier, exception handling. So yeah, we recently got an backtrace. If you see, database YML, I'll specifically change my password to something else and try to restart it again. Okay. I'll refresh this page. Okay, there is no requirement of a server, right? So I'll do this. Okay, this is the one you got. See, whatever you see here, right? These lines. This is called the backtrace. This is what Ahmad Daba was talking about earlier. Because you don't know what is backtrace. Most of you don't know what is backtrace. This is the backtrace. Okay. So from where execution has started, it has started from here. Next, from this file, it went to here. Next file, so on, so on. Last, it has failed in here. Okay. This is called the backtrace. So effectively, this file, what we are discussing about, which one is that? Backtrace silencer. I can add a silencer, something like to not show some of the lines. See, example, my noisy library, if I put Puma, right, it will only show Puma, lines with Puma, something like that. See, but now since it is the start of the application, see, this is displayed because start of the application. Later on, when we are writing any controllers, actions, those kind of libraries, I can put a filter kind of thing. Don't show those lines in the backtrace. Okay, that thing I can do it via backtrace silencers. See, this is just for your explanation. Seldom you use all of these settings. Most of the time you write only work on controllers, views, and models. That's it. Content security policy. So content security policy like CORS and what data you want to allow for cross origin. If so, what on what you want to do it on fonts, scripts, styles you want to allow. These things you can specify here as part of course. See again course, if you want what is course, please have a go through at in Wikipedia to understand what is course. By default, the cookie should be in what format? JSON. This is important. Filter parameter logging. Filter parameter logging is like if you enter a password, right? Your password, one second. I'm unable to find the controls. Okay. You don't want to log your credit card or password or any sensitive kind of a sensitive data onto the log files. So what happens? See, you heard instances where credit cards have been charged or misused by bank support engineers. While talking to the customers, they have access to credit card numbers and their CVVs, right? So earlier using, so they misuse this credit card, etc., because they could find it in the log. So what this setting does is, in the log, it will not show the credit card number or password. Instead, it will show as this in the file. So never it will be shown in characters. That is very important setting that Rails provides by default. Inflections, this is a bit confusing for you, but according to Rails conventions, any database table. You understand what is a database table, right? The table in a database should be named plural. If anything which is deviating from plural should be specified here. For example, what is the plural of person? The plural of person?
Persons.
No, people. See? So actual English vocabulary, person, plural is people. So Rails will accept only in English person and people, not persons, because there is no word persons. Okay? If you create a table called fish, okay, you have to write this setting. You can't say fishes. Okay? So all your table names should be plural. Okay? Understood? Table names in the sense whatever tables you are creating in your database table. Okay, in this date, for example, I have other databases, right? So in the schema, there are no tables. See, the table should be plural form. Okay. If it is like this, right, I have to specify it in inflections. That's the meaning. So this is about MIME types. What MIME types you want to register as part of your application? This in here. See, you don't touch all of these. Only thing you touch is database YML, environment.rbs, and not even inflections. Okay. Wrap parameters. What are the parameters? What the parameters that you send, right? Should be in what format? JSON by default. Even this you don't touch. It's just for your explanation. Don't get confused about this configurations. Webpacker is a new one. So if you're using any kind of AngularJS, the React.js, that JS, this JS. So for that, you can have this Webpacker environment as default development environment and production environments. Okay. So this is for new 6. It's not for 5. You don't find it in 5. So in your application, you don't find it. So don't worry about it. These are new versions. I mean, till date, as far as I know, no, very few. I mean, hardly handful of companies started on 6, I guess. No one started on 6 yet new development. So whatever developments we have are only on to 5. So don't worry about 6 and new features of Webpackers, etc. DB. DB will consist of seeds. For example, your hunger station application is there. Can anyone tell me what are the default data that you need in your database before creating the application itself? What data you need?
Cities.
Pardon?
You mean what the data we needed here in the sheets?
For example, you don't have a application yet,
Yeah.
but you created a database. So in that database, what is the data that you need by default?
Database,
Which one? Which one is it?
database name and
No. What I mean to say, what data you has to be inserted by default?
ID.
Now, you're not getting the question, I guess. Let me put it in words then. So, Hunger Station app is a database. What default data you need to put in? See, orders, these orders, shipment, deliveries, etc. data not inserted by you developer, right? They're inserted by users. As developers, what data do you insert? No? As developers,
items, for example.
yes, exactly. Items, right? Menu.
Yes, items.
Menu items you have to insert, right?
Yeah.
For the application itself, you have to insert menu items. Arabian foods, one item, those items. Okay. International cuisine, Mediterranean cuisine, different items, basically items. Okay. So these are the default data required by your application. That will be inserted via seeds.rb. Okay. Understood? Lib is for writing rake tasks. This is not, it is out of scope, so we can leave it. Log. Currently, we are in development environment, right? So we can see a development log. What has been going through? What did I do till date? Till now. That log is displayed. If I run this server in -e test, it means I am executing this server in test mode. Okay. So which environment file does it take? Can anyone tell me? Which environment setting? In these three, if I execute this.
Aging.
It is not staging, but in our case, test, right?
Yes.
Test.
Yeah.
So it will take that configuration. So if you want to be sure of if it is that, you can put in, you can open up that file, write some, write something here. Yeah. So see, you can see G has been printed. So if you look at here, it is starting in test mode. Clearly, you can see it is starting in test mode. Right? Right. Yeah, now you can see the log, test log. Nothing has been printed because you didn't access the server from the browser yet. Okay, so if I access it, you'll get the login here. Okay. Similarly, if I start it in production, it will start in production. -e is the flag. Okay, in order to start any application in that mode, production, it will start in production mode. Okay.
So -8 is creating a log for files.
Yeah, automatically it will create. You need not create anything. Actually, it will create automatically. The log will be created automatically.
Okay. So once we initiate start to initiate with any environment, the log it will be created automatically.
Yes, automatically that log will be created.
Okay. If I want to create a log, it will be if I create I want to create a log for some view, some of view on the website, some
You,
page, something
you
like that.
want to create a new log
Yeah, if I want to create a log for page, there is no log for it.
for a page. I didn't get the question. Can anyone help me
If,
out understanding his question?
if I have now like example a settings page in the view, okay,
Uh-huh.
in the website, okay,
Hmm.
and I want to create a log for it, a log file for it.
See, why do you need to create a log file for a page? Automatically, Rails provides it for you, right? You can simply log into that file.
Okay, okay,
See, if you want to really create a new log file, you have to name it a new log file and start to create, which is unnecessary. By default, Rails gives you a lot of methods
ah,
for logging. If you try to create, it will become complex. So generally, it's not recommended.
okay. So automatically, if everything Rails will do it for me.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can do it.
Okay. So next, let us continue with the next one. So DB also consists of couple of migrations and schema.rb that I'll take up when we are discussing when we are discussing about migrations. Node modules, again, this is for, see, as I told you, the recent Rails 6 supports embedding your Angular JS, React JS, that JS into your application. Those specific node modules means JavaScript modules that your JavaScript application, front-end application requires. That is node module. So if is your front-end or any kind of front-end front-end technology like Angular JS, etc., or plain Ruby on Rails?
Again, please.
Is your front end, your views, right, are on Ruby on Rails or any Angular JS, Ember JS, Vue JS?
No, Ruby on Rails.
Only Ruby on Rails. Okay, got it.
Yes.
So if you're using the newer, see, nowadays they are using front end applications in combination with the back end, right? The latest
Yes.
market trend. So for that, Rails 6 has given automatically Webpacker. So that will generate this node modules directory. Here you can place the node modules. So these node modules will be installed from package.json. It is like your gem file. Okay, like gem file, you specify what libraries you require, then it will automatically install it for you. Okay. So package as JSON, like gem file, you require a new JavaScript file, new JavaScript library for your JavaScript application, then you need to add it here. See, this is out of scope, but it's my job to explain it. So whatever you mention it here will be installed in the node modules. Okay. Rake file, a utility, rake is a utility like make in Linux. So rake is to create some tasks. So creating tasks like some tasks like sending, getting data, getting CSVs, which run independently of the application. You can put the rake task into a background job also. README is README of your file, your application. Generally on GitHub, you can find this README, right? The documentation of how to install your application, etc., can be put in here. Yarn is an executable here. Yarn.log. Whatever yarn installs, that will be specified here. So this is about your Rails directory structure, but in spite of test is one thing. Storage, public. I did not discuss public. Sorry, public will consist of all your user-facing error message HTMLs like 402, 422, etc., and icons, favicon, and your robots.txt. You want which one to crawl on your, like Google. You want to allow Google to crawl on your application, run bots on your application. You don't want Yahoo to do that. You can specify in here. Storage. Storage is active storage. When uploading files, you want to make use of this directory in order to put in your temporary file, your upload files, etc. You can use this. Test folder is for testing, unit testing. You want to test whatever code you have written in controllers, models, etc., that can be helpers. You want to write integration tests, you want mailer tests, model tests, everything can be written in this folder. Next comes temp. Temp is used by the application for storing temporary sessions, temporary data, etc. So this is not our, not required for us. Vendor, I don't know why they still have vendor, but this is support for plugins. Rails has stopped plugins support long back, but still they're having this for, because, for example, you have created an application way back in 2010. Imagine that would be a 2.txt application, and you yourself have written an gem at that time, or someone you're using a third-party gem. The third-party gem implementation or update is not given for other Rails 3, Rails 4, Rails 5, Rails 6. Okay, but you have the source, most part of the source code. So that can be used as part of your application in the vendor directory as a plugin. But you have to make sure that you make changes in order to support to the latest version. No one does that because all of them, all GitHub or developers, active developers, long time back itself have stopped creating plugins. They are only creating gems, which can be used as, plugins itself. Not really a plugin, but gems are libraries which can be used in your application. Okay, this is about the Rails directory. Now we'll start to create a controller, explain MVC in Rails. Any questions so far? We'll start creating an
Please, I would ask you just one question, please.
Yeah,
If
sure.
if you have here secrets, what's the meaning of secrets here in project?
Where is it?
No, it's not secrets in Robo and Rails.
It is a file have all credentials of our the secrets file always it
I
will be
talk about
as the files.
No, where did you find that secret file?
This, for example, I found this in Hunger Station.
Yeah, in which directory?
I will tell you.
Secrets.yml.
Yeah, it is
In,
dot
con- in, in configuration.
Yeah, secrets.yml.
Yes.
You want to have, for example, a secret token based kind of system, or a secret key for hashing your tokens or hashing your cookies or these kind of stuff. You want to use that secret as part of that the token, etc. You can use that secret key. That is why they are providing secrets.yml. That is a default in Rails 5, I guess.
But sometimes the terminal didn't work with because of secrets. If have any issues in secrets, so I need delete secrets and set up again to for the terminal to work with me again.
Yeah, in local you have to disable it, right? Otherwise, each and every time it will try to validate
Yeah,
for the
exactly.
secret key. So what you can do is in controller,
Hmm.
application controller, generally you will have skip before skip something like skip control. Skip forgery protection is something would be there. Not able to get that method. Skip. Yeah, protect from forgery is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can use skip forgery protection.
Okay.
So then it won't execute that forgery protection.
This command will create the secret file.
Pardon?
This command.
It'll skip that validation. In local, there is no requirement. You don't use any kind of forgery protections, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, your Rails application will always throw error. You provide the key, it's not there, not valid key, etc. like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let us now demonstrate MVC. Okay, let us now demonstrate MVC on Rails. For that, first of all, I need to create a table in database. In order to create a table in the database, okay, I have certain commands. First, we have to learn about creating, executing commands, creating controller, creating model, creating migration, creating helper. Someone has any doubt? Anyone has any doubt? Okay. So what are the commands? If I want to create a new controller, Rails generate completely, you can write, or Rails G controller followed by the controller name. I say controller is users. Controller name is always plural. Please remember, controller names are always plural. Okay. Followed by the actions. For example, list users is one of the action which I want to write in it. It means action is nothing but a method. Okay. I hit enter. It creates a few files for me in order to write code. So that is the major file I want to create is app controllers users controller.rb. This is the main file which I want to create. Rails controller means, okay. Please take a note of the commands, please. It's pretty important. Apart from that, you can see it is creating a view in the sense HTML app use users list html.erb, and then test unit test for controller and a unit test for helper, etc. So major file is a controller file and the view file. Okay. So let us see in here. What do we have? We have a controller, users controller. This is a simple class. What is a super class? What is the super class of users controller?
Application controller.
Right, application controller, which is right above it, right? List users, what is this called?
Method.
Method in Ruby. In Rails?
Actions.
Actions. Please remember, in Rails it is called action, not method. Actions. Methods which are written inside Rails controllers are always called actions. Okay? Yeah. So this is one action. And what is the view? In view, a user's directory has been created with the same name. List users HTML, right? Same name as what? This one, right? Please answer from here onwards. List users. The view name is list users.html.erb. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. HTML.erb means you can write. This is called embedded Ruby. You can write Ruby and HTML mixed.
Mix it with HTML, Ruby with HTML.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Okay.
Now, let us see MVC. I think we have to get a route also. They did not give a route. Okay, they removed routes, I guess.
I think you need to do it manually.
No. Get users list. There is a route added. So, if you look at config routes.rb, this line has been added. A get, GET means get request. HTTP get request. Post, POST, HTTP post request. So like that, get request, HTTP. So I want to get data, users list. So come over our application here. I changed my configuration, I guess, right? Database.yml I have to change, right? Sample app development and Hemant is the password. Otherwise it won't work. And restart my application altogether. Okay, I don't have the server running, no problem at all. I'll exit the console and say Rails, yes. So coming to this, I'll close all of it as all. Coming to routes.rb, please concentrate. Routes.rb, this means it will go to users controller and list user. Call the action list user of which controller?
Action which controller?
Users controller. Okay. Let us call it. How to call it? Slash users controller slash, what is the action name?
List
Come on, what is
users.
the action?
Users.
Yes. List
Users.
users.
Action.
So this is the output you got. So what does it mean? When you type the route in the browser, where did the control go? Come on. It went to users controller,
and this user's action.
users action. So coming to our MVC diagram, this diagram, so MVC diagram, so the request, user had made a request, it went to the controller, right? It went to the controller. Does it have anything to do with the database?
No,
Yes or no?
it doesn't have a model.
Anything from database? Did we get anything from the database?
I know.
No, right?
No.
We didn't get anything from database. What happened? It simply showed us the view, right?
Yes.
So this upper flow was missing. Upper flow was not there. So let us see in here. So this is the view displayed. This is what we wrote in the view. If you look, open the view, this is what is written, right? Let us change to something like example. Example MVC. Something like that. H1.
To the right, this in the user list user in actions.
Right? Got it?
Yeah.
This is without model interaction. Now I want to show with model interaction. For that, I need to have a table, right? Model interaction. It means I need to have a table. Yes or no?
Should be yes.
Yes. So let us create a table. So simply you can't create a table in Rails. I mean, you can create, but you should not create. How to create a table in Rails? Rails, in order to create a table in Rails, we have to first create a migration, Rails G migration, okay? Create a migration, Rails G migration. I'll say create table users and specify the column names here. First name, which is a string, last name, which is also a string, age, which is an integer for now. Okay, that's enough for now. Please take a note of the commands. Okay, Rails G migration, create table users, first name string, last name string, age integer. It has created a file in db migrate folder. Let us go to db migrate folder. Where is it? db, a new folder migrate has been created inside a timestamp. This is timestamp, Unix timestamp. And automatic code has been generated. Okay, automatic code has been generated in order to create the table. I need not write create table, table name, add column, first name, add column, last name, add column, age, integer, this kind of SQL. I did not write any kind of SQL at all. Okay, understood? So now once I have this migration, what can I do is Rails DB migrate. This command will create that particular table in the database. So if you go to PGSQL, pgadmin, and go to
I lost you, Emin.
which part?
When we were executing Rails migration create table,
Mhm.
can you show me the command again?
This one.
Yeah, okay, let me just.
Just take a screenshot. That will be enough. Later on you can copy. Okay. Can I continue? Okay. So I can continue, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So after that, you have to execute a command called Rails db migrate. So if you execute that command, this migration will be executed. Whatever is there in this file will be executed basically. Okay. And the
Okay.
corresponding table will be created. What is our table? Sample application development, schemas, tables, table users. Oh, I named it. Actually, it is wrong. So what I'll do is,
Roll back.
yeah, I can roll back, but it's the first one, right? So I don't want. I'll delete drop entirely.
You can roll it back.
Yeah, I can roll it back.
Okay.
So I don't want to confuse users much. So initially, I'll delete this file as well. Okay, created the table, create the database, then create users. The migration. So create table users. The name of the table is general. It should be plural notation. See, it's a convention to be followed. The name of the table should always be plural. So once this migration is created, I can say what? Rails DB migrate. So once it is
I
migrated,
have a question.
yeah, go ahead.
What is the difference between generate migration and generate model? All of them will generate a new table.
No. See, migration will create only migration file. Okay. But
Okay.
model will create migration file plus model files, two files.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
doing some effort. Okay, okay, I migrated. So let us check whether the table is created in here. Sample app development. Right, users is created with columns ID, F name, last name, age. I specified only 3 columns, right? Only 3. Did I specify ID? I did not specify ID as a column, right?
No, it will be specified by default.
By default, if in Rails, if you create any table, the default primary key is always ID. That's another convention to be followed. Okay. The primary key of any table in Ruby on Rails, for Ruby on Rails, should be ID. Is ID. That's it. If you don't follow the convention, the problem is you'll find a lot of difficulties in overriding a lot of stuff. So please do not try to ignore conventions or override conventions. Okay. Fine. We have created the table. We have executed the migration and we have created the table. Now, I want to access data. I can't write an SQL directly in Rails, I mean, for now, and get the data. I need a medium in order to do that. For that, I need to create a model, Rails team model user. That's it. I don't want a migration, so I can say skip migration, but I'll execute this to show you the difference as Sarah asked. See, conflict. Another migration is already named create users. You force it or replace the migration or skip in order to ignore conflicted file. So I'll use skip. It skipped the migration. The major file what will be created is app models user.rb.
So this will also create fixtures and
Yes.
test files, right?
Yes. See, clearly, if we are executing some command, right, clearly we can see that those files are being created. But our concentration is only on this file for now. For now. Okay.
Okay.
So model app models user app. Simple class which extends, it's a subclass of application record. That's it, nothing much. Okay. Now let's see the magic. In list users, I want to show a list of users available in the database. Okay. Do you have any data in the database? Any users? Do I have any users?
No, not yet.
No.
Not yet, right? So I'll create a few users in console. So Rails C, instead of writing insert into table SQL command, I can do it directly via Ruby. So not necessary, don't think about, don't concentrate on what I'm writing now. But one thing you can concentrate, phi dot times we have seen times. F name. Okay, I'm creating few records. Done. So I have few records in my table, right? So these many records are there, right? First name, one, last name. I want to show this data onto my view. So first I know that calling this controller will show this view, right? This view, right? So in this controller, I'll make a call to the database. Add users equal to user model. This is the model. Class name of the model. What is the class name of the model? User, right?
Yes.
Very important. User dot a method called all, which will get all the records. Select star from users. It will get all the records from the table users. Okay, fine. Now let us refresh. No, I don't get any users. Let us see what happened actually. Let us see by refreshing it and seeing the log. Okay, it called the controller list users. Okay, fine. It has rendered layouts application. Okay, from application layouts directory application.html is rendered. And also it has rendered from user views directory users list.html.erb. Right? But where is the data? There is no data. Why? Because I did not write anything in here. I have to write in something here, right? In order to get the data. Okay. Let us write. HTML, you have to write list users.
Table also.
This is ERB tags. If I want to write any Ruby code, I have to put it in these tags. Okay. What is the collection I have with me? I have this collection, right? Copy that users dot each do user looping through
User dot first name.
now.
Right.
That is right. User dot first name. Similarly, copy paste, copy paste. Name.
name and age.
Right. Age. When I refresh this, it will be quite nasty. First of all, okay. Okay, let us execute this and see. List users is displayed, but where are the users?
You need to put equal.
Yeah, equal will print them on the screen.
Right. So in ERB, if you want to display that onto the screen, onto the page, you have to use scriptlet equal to tag in order to display that. Right? We got it. So we want to display it in a better way. I mean, this is nonsense, right? So we want to display it in a better way. What can you do? You can put in a table. Simple table. In the table, you can write a tr, a td, lot better compared to earlier. So first name 1, last name 1, and age 20, and so on. Right? Okay, like this. This is not the way we have to write CSS for that, but just for the explanation, I'm doing this. Okay, you can write table step. So, did you really understand this MVC? Now we have from the controller list users action, we had made a request to the model capital user. We got the data again to the controller, and that data is passed to the view, and view is displayed and data is passed to the view. Did you understand MVC in Rails? Everyone?
Yes.
Anyone who didn't understand this? This is the one way, see if you have any bugs or any implementation, creating controller, respective model, data, and view. Only these parts are there in Rails, nothing else. Okay. So I guess you have understood. So let me quickly show you scaffold. So for any entity, you want the default CRUD to be created. CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. Okay, these operations you want to have default for a particular entity. For example, I will create a model product. Okay, the product has a name which is a string, a model which also is an alphanumeric, so string, a price which is a float or a decimal. Okay, I created this model. Can anyone tell me creating model will create what? What major files?
Create migration file and create model.
Model and migration file. Yes, correct. Migration file and a model. Model, migration file. Okay. Now let us execute. How to create this table in the database? What is the command?
Rails db migrate.
Right. So this is all required. And I have to write code in order to create a product, edit a product, delete a product, etc. etc. But I have a simpler way in order to auto generate all of these. Okay, how to do that? Let me show. Rails G scaffold. I'll do this. So this command will create controller and its related test files, model related test files, migration controller and its related views, everything end to end it will create. Let us see. Yes.
What is a scaffold again? Scaffold again.
It will create CRUD operations for the product.
Create an operation.
CRUD, C-R-U-D. C-R-U-D. It means create, read, update, delete.
Oh, okay.
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 So it created the controller and all the views, test unit files, helper files, asset files, migration file, model file, unit model file, test files, etc. Everything.
Oh,
Let
okay.
us see what did it create. Yeah, we'll see it visually. Products controller. Did you see? Did I write this piece of code? This code? No, right? I did not write this code, right? Auto generated. Okay, auto generated. I did not write anything at all. So let us see the views. These number of views have been created. These number of views. HTML.erb. This is for editing. This is for listing. This is for new form, registration kind of form. This is displaying a single product. This is displaying as JSON. Okay, let us
This
execute.
form for both edit and add, right?
Yes. So I'll show you what are the actions that are available via the browser. So here I have to say products. I don't have any product. So new product, I want to add a new product. I'll take a car. Model is a alphanumeric. That's simply red Camry. Right. So product was successfully created and it displayed what has been created. It means this has been inserted into database.
Iman, what is the most correct that we using the scaffold command, or we create each table manually?
See,
Each require manually.
it is manual.
Manual.
Scaffold is for when you're starting this application. For example, from scratch, you're trying to build one application. Okay. For example, whatever application you're working on now is being built from scratch.
Oh.
See,
Yes.
what is the meaning of scaffold? What is the English meaning of scaffold?
I don't know actually.
Okay. The meaning of scaffold is, see, when you try to build a building, right? They will have this iron poles for support.
Okay.
So that is called scaffold, a temporary supporting structure for the building.
Oh, okay.
So those iron rods you can see, right? Iron rods or wood, what they use for supporting the building initially, that is called the scaffold. So scaffold is like temporary creation, initially creating this CRUD, because as part of any model, you need to create data, edit data, delete data, right?
Yes.
So after that, you extend that functionality of that particular controller or model, whatever. Understood?
Okay, understood.
So from scratch, if you're developing an application or a new feature which requires a new model, a new controller, then you have to create a new scaffold.
Scaffold. Yes.
For existing controllers and controllers, you can add a new action. You can't create another controller, right?
Oh, yes.
Unnecessary.
Yes.
So see here, the data is inserted. Similarly, I can edit it and delete it. Edit, I can do it. See, all these are given by the scaffold use. Understood? Any questions? This piece, if you understand, next level we can you can easily understand from here onwards.
Can you give me the command of scaffold again, please? On the just to write it.
Okay, I'll put it as a new entity altogether instead of yeah.
كنت عاوز أسألكم يعني لو حابين نقترح عليه مثلا هو يحط الكومنتس عشان نجربها مثلا بعد ما هو يخلص، يعني بعد ما يخلص احنا مش هنقدر نعمل الحاجات دي معاه. فأنا بسأل صراحة عشان الناس اللي هي حاسة إن الموضوع صعب أو مش عارفة تلاحق معاه، فنطلب منه مثلا الكومنتس كلها اللي هو بيعملها يحطها في الشات أو في حتة ما، وبعدين مثلا احنا نعيد كل الخطوات دي بعد الكورس ما يخلص، بعد السيشن يعني ما تخلص النهارده مثلا او بكره.
معاك في الحته دي يا داوود بصراحه.
انا من بدري عاوز اقطعه، بس يعني عاوز اطلب منه كده، بس صراحه يعني كنت
بس
متوقع
لو
اصلا اتكلم او
لو يبعتها لنا في ميل يكون افضل يعني.
ما اعرفش، هو تقريبا ما فيش كونتاكت بيننا وبينه.
مم.
يعني هي في الغالب مش هتبقى باللي فات، هي هتبقى من اللي جاي يعني.
تمام. انا معاك في الحته دي، ويا ريت يبعتها على ميل ما يبعتهاش على الشات هنا، لان انت عارف بياخد وقت وبعد كده
ماشي، هو الميل ده برضو ما اعرفش، هنتكلم معاه يعني، نتكلم معاه نشوف لو حد عنده اقتراح تاني لحاجة، يعني اقتراح لحاجة تانية، لأنه هو كده الموضوع يعني أنا صراحة بتابع معاه بالنظر فقط. أشرف، ما عندكش يا أشرف اقتراحات؟ سمر، روابي، عمر. عمر يا عمر.
ممكن سلاك شانل بيننا وبين بعض ونحط فيها كل الكومنتس.
انت عندك مشكله برضو لسه في البوست جريس صح؟
عندنا
البي جي ادمن.
عندي مشكله.
انا برضو نفس القصه على فكره، مش عايز اشتغل خالص يعني. انا شغال على التيرمينال عادي، بيعمل ميجريت،
في جي
يعمل
ادمن
يعمل
موجود
ميجريشن،
دلوقتي.
يعمل كل حاجه. ايه؟
عملت له ان انستول للبي جي
عملت
ادمن
له
وعملت
انستول ورجعته. انا هستناه بس بعد الكورس يخلص خلينا نشوف القصه، اشوف القصه دي. لو انت حابب تستنى او حد عنده مشكله تانية في البي جي برضو ادمن، البوست جريس ادمن، يخليه نشوف القصه دي. فهمتني؟
ويا جماعة في تيبل بلس، أنا بحس إن هو أسهل من البي جي أدمن صراحة.
هو اسهل بكتير. ما انا عندي التيبل بلس. بس
خليك في
هو
التيبل
عشان انت،
بلس.
عشان نفضل نتابع معاه، نعرف نتابع معاه. فهمت؟
مش محتاج يا أشرف، مش محتاج يعني أي حاجة تأدي الغرض يعني. مفيش حاجة خاصة بالبي جي أدمن يعني.
لا، لو كده ماشي. خلاص يعني عادي نكمل على الوان بلس عادي.
لو عرفت تكونكت بالتيبل بلس يا ريت، فمش لازم يعني بي جي ادمن.
ماشي خلاص، ماشي مفيش مشكله. لانه يعني بس لا، يبقى انت كده هتغير قصه تانية. انت كده هتغير دي بي يم اللي عندك في الاب.
لا لا يا اشرف، البي جي
هو
ادمن ده، البي جي ادمن كلاينت بتكونكت بيها بس على الداتابيز، ملهاش اي علاقه بالديفلوبمنت، يعني ملهاش اي علاقه بالريلز ابلكيشن.
الداتا فيو يعني.
بالظبط، بالظبط كانك بتفتحه في نوت باد ولا في وورد دوكيمنت يعني.
Ahmed, Babu.
يس عمر.
So this command, it will create controller, model, and views all together for
Yeah,
me.
and unit test also.
So I don't need to run Rails G and all the previous commands that we did.
Yeah, but sometimes you will need them in case, I mean, sometimes development in real time, we just create a controller. Sometimes we just create a model without a controller. So these separate comments you will need if needed, but this scaffold will create everything for you.
Default
So,
for new
so each
for new feature, for example, or something new totally.
so each controller will have a single model and views. They cannot be shared by multiple ones, right, Ahmed?
It's complex, Omar, but sometimes a controller will get data from multiple models,
Okay.
And sometimes you will create a model without a controller.
Mhm.
But if for example, as Hemant displayed, if you need to create a users and you will create view pages and controller, you can use scaffold command.
Mhm.
Omar,
Okay, Ahmed. Yes, Summer.
scaffold, you can use it if you want to create a new project like this one, because everything is new, so you can use scaffold. But as Ahmed said, if it is the old one, for example, as a platform, I think no one used scaffold before, right, Ahmed? In our project.
It depends, Summer, if you will need a model and a controller and views, everything. But I actually created, I needed only models in our project. So I only created a model and migration. Sometimes there is a model and you will want to create a controller for it. I mean, there is a new requirement. You need to display the items in the model. So it
Yeah.
depends on what you need.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly, Ahmad. So I can overhear your conversation. So what actually the confusion is like, when do you want to have the scaffold? When do you want to use the scaffold, right? Basically, the question was. Hello? You can hear me, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So probably Ahmad said is exactly right, but you might not, some people did not understand, I guess. So for this application, taking into this application as the base, so this application, for example, you want to
Okay,
have a
we can
new,
see your screen.
oh, you can't see my screen. Okay, one second. Yeah, now you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So for this application itself, you want to add a new feature to generate some coupon codes. Okay. So coupon codes, coupon codes. For this, I need a screen to redeem coupon code. Okay. Show coupon codes for admins at least. Okay. Generate new coupon codes. Okay, leave about this one at least. So for this, do I need to have a scaffold? So do I need, first of all, do I require a controller? Do I?
No, right. If it is new, you will need all of them. You need model, you need control, and you need view.
Yeah. So for this, if just redeem coupon code, I can have it in the last checkout page in that controller. So I need not have a controller for this at all, right?
Yeah.
Show coupon codes, only these two functionalities, I need not write a separate controller and write this. If there are other multiple functionalities involved for coupon codes, like creating a new coupon code individually, editing it or deleting it, okay, then I have to create a new controller and a scaffold, complete scaffold. Got it? So it depends on the use case. But scratch applications, customers, orders, etc., need default scaffolds, right? You're understanding?
Yes.
Make sense? But for the existing applications, you need not always have that too. It's, I mean, it depends on the use case. If you really require the scaffold, then you can. A complete new entity you are adding, a new table you are adding to the database, which requires all this scaffold, then you have to can use scaffold. Okay, finally. So next we'll discuss about migrations. So migrations is a concept of for creating, generally for creating, altering tables, columns, adding indexes, deleting indexes, etc., etc. All database DML commands can be, that is, our DDL commands can be executed as part of this migration. So if I want to create tables, I want to create columns, add columns, I want to delete columns, I want to alter columns, I want to add indexes, I want to create join tables. All these kind of things should be done via migrations only and not directly on the database server. Database server, database directly, you should not go ahead and create, right click and create new table. This kind of stuff you should not do in Rails, because in Rails we want, as part of collaboration, we work in a group, right? You use collaboration tools like Git, etc. Jira, Git for or Subversion. What do you use for?
Yes, we are using GitHub.
Subversion, yeah. So Subversion, so GitHub. So as a collaboration, someone creates a new table for his requirement. Others should be notified, right? So migrations help other developers to get notified of the new migrations that have been created. That is one advantage. Another advantage of migrations is it keeps a history of what changes have been gone through the schema right from the start to current date, right? So this is, and also it gives the flexibility for agile development. Agile development, what is agile development? Agile development in Rails. Rails is agile. So everyone talk about this. We want to agile, we take a piece of functionality and try to develop. So what does it mean? The functionality requires couple of tables. We just only create those couple of tables and then go ahead writing the functionality in sprints, and not declare or defining the whole schema at one go and then developing the application. It's not that, right? So agile development. So that's another advantage. For that, we use migrations. So how to create migrations, we have already seen, but once again, Rails G migration followed by migration name is a command in order to create a migration. So this migration, you can use general strings like create. If you want to create a table, create users that we have seen. You should not say any other string. That's the error I made earlier. Create the table name, create products, create the audits, etc. And specify the column name and types. Okay. For example, create menus. Nothing, menu type, string name, string, etc. So how should I declare the type? So how do I know what type should I declare? So there are a few data type mapping or data mapping available for different databases in Rails that you have to manually look into the documentation and find out. So where do I look for this manual documentation manually? So here Ruby on Rails 6 API. Simply Rails API will give that. This one. So migrations are subclass of which class? Migrate. Open any migration. Any migration is subclass of which class? Excuse me. What is the superclass of any migration?
Superclass, any migration?
Active record
Active
migration.
record migration, right? So simply copy that. Simply copy that. Go here, paste it. Okay. So you got active record migration, the exact match in here, right? So this is the documentation regarding active record migrations. So what column types can I take into consideration? Those are integer for integer types, floats for float types, decimal for decimal types, some numbers for pricing kind of, date time, timestamp, time type, date type, binary for storing this blob and all binary stuff, but no one generally uses binary in these days. Boolean. These are the data mappings that can be used as part of your migrations. So you might get it out, I mean, for non-developer background, right? I want to give a date type. What should I give there? So this is where you have to look for. What should I specify there? Okay, text, string text. String type you have seen a lot of text. A long text for something like text area stuff. Those things were more than 200, I guess. For that text types, you can use text. You understood this? What to be specified as part of your data type? Okay. So what methods can I use? When I created a migration, you have seen create table automatically. But now I want to add a column to this users table. If I want to add a users column to a users table, I should not go back or roll back and add a column. Instead, I have to create a new migration because there is another migration in between. I have to add a new migration in order to add a column to this table. So how do I add a column? Is Rails G migration add add column. You have to specify add column city to users table. And what is the column type? City, and it's also a string type. So it has created a migration for you. Let me see. So method that it has auto generated is add column. Add column to which table? Users table. What is the column name? City, and type is string. So any confusion here? All right, pretty straightforward. Then we have seen only two methods. Only two methods are available in migrations: create table and add column. No, there are other methods also available as part of transformations. Create table we have seen, add column, table name, column name, type that we have seen now. Add foreign key. I want to add a foreign key. I can write that also. Add foreign key. Add index. I want to have an index on a particular column or multiple columns. I can have add index. Add reference. Adds a new column reference by a default integer. So this is one more method. Timestamps. So timestamps is magic timestamps, the call in Rails, which will add created at and updated at columns by writing this. For example, I did not execute this migration yet. So what I can say is, but here the down migration will fail. Okay, I'll write another migration for adding timestamps. So here if you see, no code is being generated. Okay, I did not specify those columns, right? So here what can I do? Simply say add timestamps, right? So what it is, table name options. What is the table name? Users, right? So let us now execute the migration. All migrations, Rails db migrate. See, you can use regdb migrate. So I've been working for so long, so I'm used to regdb migrate. But from 5 onwards, the change to Rails db migrate. You can either use regdb migrate or Rails db migrate.
If I want to update or check if I update the database as well, I can write Rails DB migrate, and he will give me the result. If I update it already, if I forget to add it last to migrate the last step, right?
Oh,
Hello?
I didn't get the question.
Yeah. If I want to check if I added already this table or not, if I have migrated or not. So I will run Rails DB migrate again, and he will give me the result if I already if we created or not.
See, once it is already there, it won't create. Already it will exist. It will go throw an error.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay, I have an error here. PG not null violation error. Column create contains null values. Okay.
Because you already added the user before, and this user's doesn't have timestamp, or
Oh, I did not. As far as I remember, I did not add timestamps, right?
but this I think this is default في updated at and
No,
created add.
it's not created as part of this table structure at all. Let me check. See, columns, I don't have created it, updated it at all, right?
Mm.
Probably some PG issue. Column created contains null values. Okay. So add timestamps. User should defaultly create that for me, right? Add timestamp, the table name. Yes, I gave the table name. Okay. Contains null values.
I think if you deleted the user data, these 5 users that you add, it will create.
I think this is specific to PG actually. So this might be an error specific to PG. Let me check. You are saying something, meanwhile? Yes.
If you delete the 5 users that you add 5 users. These 5 users should have updated add and created add. So this
Yeah,
null
sorry, I
that
forgot that. Yes, I have created. I had created this table contains data, right? Yes, you're right.
yes.
I forgot that. Yes. Yes, I forgot that this table contained data. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right.